Hello there, good afternoon and welcome. I am Wormslayer2146. It is Sunday, the 1st of January 2023. Got the year right there, well done me. Happy New Year to everyone. This is the first stream of 2023 and we're back to play Factorio. Another nice long chill stream in our peaceful vanilla base, just rebuilding really is what we're up to. I guess it's been a while since the last session. As I was loading the game up, I did remember I said I was going to leave it running to build a bunch of modules while I was away, but I completely forgot to do that, so they're not going to be stacked up. No big deal. We'll just take it slow to begin with and come up with a plan. So the general idea is to rebuild, or to build in a big bus, rebuild the production of science with a target of doing 2 per second. And see how it goes. We'll hop back in and catch up with where the base is and what we need to do next. Yeah, so I haven't left this running. We've got 115 there. I can't remember how many we need, but a lot more than that, I think. So we've got everything connected. I remember we've got stone, iron, copper, extra iron for making steel, coal, oil, and it's all running, being smelted here, or processed if it's oil stuff. That's all ready to feed along and send the bus up this edge. Okay, Happy New Year, welcome in, nice to see you. So we've got, I think we've stocked up quite well on most of the things we're going to need. We probably need to build a few roboports, but that's not particularly urgent. Yeah, stock up on these modules for sure. I'm not going to do the maths myself this time round, so when we rebuild all the production I'll be using a calculator website to do the maths. What is going on? I was just running through that. Yeah, we've got everything kind of in place to start putting our bus in. So this is where it's going to live. You can see there the spacing of how things are going to be. So we're going to start connecting bits and pieces up to the bus here, I guess, and then start putting the production into place. This is the last of the temporary factory that's been running at the moment, so that will be torn down when we're ready to do so. I'd like to go out and fill in some of the gaps in the radar coverage as maybe the first thing, just so we can see everything. Mega base. I'm not sure if I'd call it mega base. It's going to be big. 2 science per second is big, but it's not huge. I've done the rough maths of what we need or what I might want to build everything, and we're going to need about 410 machines making red chips. So obviously 410 machines is huge, but we'll need to use modules to shrink that down somehow. So we'll be quite big, definitely. Greens per sec, don't know. The greens I'm not going to belt on the bus. They'll be made specifically in each location. So we could throw it through the calculator and find out, but this is what the bus is going to be configured as. We've got 4 lanes of iron, 4 of copper, 2 of steel, 1 stone brick, 1 stone, 1 coal, 1 sulfur, plastic. We're going to need to look at how much of that, whether we've got enough of that being made. 1 blue and 1 red, which should be enough for 2 science per second. If we can fill it in enough, which shouldn't be too bad. Then we've got the roboports are going to cover just the bus to pull things over to a lab area here. Think I need more copper? It's possible. It's possible. I mean, we can put the numbers together if I open the calculator now. Hi V, afternoon. Nice to see you again. Happy New Year to you. So if I put in just the science, so we won't want to make just science in the end. There'll be other things like blue belts and stuff like that that aren't part of the science recipes that we will want in addition. If I just do the maths on the science to start with, we'll get a vague idea of what we might need. And we can always make those other things in a different base if we want to. So if we're looking at all 7 science packs, 120 units a minute. We would need 29 blue chip factories. If we fully speed module, we'll need 43 red chip factories. And then 59 green chip factories, which is the equivalent of 3 1/3 belts. Although we won't be belting it, but it's that equivalent. Copper required is apparently, you're right, yeah, 8.2 blue belts full. Wow, okay. Oh no, that's right, copper ore 8.2, iron ore 7.6. We're going to have to expand it then. You're right, Aki. 1 belt of stone is just fine. 1 belt of stone brick is fine. Where's steel? We'd only need 1 belt, not 2. But we can have 2 anyway. Then plastic would be my other concern. Just check what the number is on that. If I can find it here. There it is. 2 belts of plastic. Okay. We may need to set a smaller target, but we'll see. So we're going to need to double up plastic. That's fine. We'll do that. We need to double the iron and more than double the copper, which is awkward. Very awkward. Don't think we can put the roboports further apart than that. No, we can't. So they need to live there. One thing we could do is run the belts up the right hand side, and when these run out, cut them in. So rather than having like 8 that slowly drain, you have 4 that drain and then 4 that join them to refill gradually as they go up. So we could do that on the right hand side, and then when those belts run out is where we put the labs in. It's an option. So we could run here is what's in my head. We'd need 4 more iron and 5 more copper. But that doesn't... I mean, we're not creating that much copper, so that's not possible. We would need a whole extra smelting cell to do that, because the maximum output here is 4 belts. That's interesting. I'm glad we looked at that maths before I started. That means essentially that we can't do it in this base. We need a different base layout. So in order to do this base, we need to cut down to 1 per second instead of 2. It's a bit of a shame because it's like a small fraction of the white science that you create. If we reduce to 1 per second, then the copper requirement is 4.1 belts. Which still isn't great because that's just to make science. If we want to make anything else that uses copper, we'll need more. We can... change our design, possibly, Might be a bit messy, but we can use productivity in some places. We use productivity and speed beacons on the green chips that we make. That'll reduce the copper input, for example. Yeah. So just using productivity on the green chips, we would reduce the copper requirement to 3.5 belts. It's interesting, very interesting. So I think, well, my preference is definitely to keep the layout as it is because it's neat and tidy and how it was designed. We'll need to set up production of tier 3 productivity modules in order for things to actually work once we've built everything in. And it'll take some work with a calculator, but we could see whether we can do 2 science per second with modules. Modules and beacons, I would guess. So just moduling the green chips would reduce it to 7 belts. We module the red chips as well. And it reduces it to 6 belts. What else is a heavy consumer of copper? I mean, the copper cabling itself, we can productivity module that. It's a silly button. Well, I clicked a silly button, but it gives an interesting answer. If we put productivity modules into literally everything we possibly can, then we reduce to 3 copper belts. So it can be done. Definitely. But we'll need a lot of tier 3 productivity modules and tier 3 speed modules to beacon everything. Which might mean we just have to delay kind of getting started and allow this to run even longer. I'm going to make a bunch of radars and we'll run out and we'll fill in gaps with them as we start off and improve vision around the map. So southwest is okay, but the western route is quite blank. Put one in that junction and then probably 2 more are needed in that gap. We're applying speed to the smelting at the moment. So we can do productivity and fit the beacons into some of the gaps here somehow, maybe. Might not help, but it might. This amount of liquefaction is probably not going to be enough. So some kind of productivity or speed boost over here is probably going to be necessary in the liquefaction and the cracking. This one's okay. I'm going to go up to the next junction. Things are flowing generally okay. You know, all that we set up last time with the oil processing. Just the petrol itself isn't being consumed very quickly, so it's not perfect currently. We put a radar around here somewhere. It's an odd-shaped building in an even-shaped gap, so in line with the power poles. I want to put it there. Use the mini-map to see the coverage of the next. Yes, we can fill this gap completely. There would be good. Covers that. I want one more covering here. And then some should be spread among the solar panels, so we'll do that after. Could start working on the bus and just set the modules as like one of the first things we produce in the sequence. Might be nice to do. We'll need to use a calculator to work out how many chips we're going to need in addition to do them as well. This radar around this spot somewhere. Let's go with there. That one's good. Jump in the train for a quick ride back. What are we up to here? 145. It is still a slow process. How many we needed? It's 5 more rows of 36, I think. Should be 180, and then 2 in each machine. So I guess we need 360 to finish what we were originally working on. Then more ready to beacon out to various parts of the bus. Do we need here? Need one where that panel right there is. Sure how far north we need to go. Maybe I can go on the left side. I can see it on the mini-map, the coverage of the radars. Big blue box. Help. It's going to be in this column. Further north. Quite far north, actually. This one here. Line on the right hand side, and that should hopefully cover everything, but we'll see. Be this one, I guess. Yeah, that one. I'll put those 3 panels we picked up into place up here. There we go. The robots come home. I've got no coverage at the actual stone thing, so we need to go put one up there. And then there is a bit missing here, so put one in the middle of the rail there, I guess. robots fill in all the stuff we didn't build here when we were last coming through, I guess. Power poles from the looks of it. Yeah, they've got quite a few to fill in, that's fine. We'll slowly through here so they can do it. So that's all of them. Kind of want to put it in line with this other radar, I guess. That gap there. Maybe. That'll do. One last one in this stone outpost. Go back to that bus and start lining some things up. We could just put in place the red and blue chips that we need for the science and temporarily use them to make the modules. We've got a good enough number of modules, switch them over to being used to make the science stuff we need or want. Where have we put radar in line with the station is what we've done before, but there's a belt there here, so I guess that's why we didn't have one. Coverage is best at the front of the train. There would be okay. That's fine. Okay, head back to base and take a look at the belts again. The other, or one of the other big production things we're going to need is the blue belts, because they're not part of the science chains, but we do need them. The splitters do need red chips, so we had to add that to the maths. The other stuff is like, yeah, solar panels and accumulators, which don't use chips. It's probably about all we need to be regularly making. Well, the solar panels and accumulators is, I guess, a temporary production. We're going to need almost 1,000 megawatts probably. So 4 times what we got now would be a good number. I don't think we can produce that ad hoc. I think we need to have that as part of the system. Maybe things like assembly machines should be an early thing that we do. They'll need red chips for the speed modules. Are they? No, they're not. Oh, it's electric furnaces that go into the purple one. That's what I was thinking of. So I reckon that, yeah, assembly machine 3s, solar panels, accumulators, productivity module 3, speed module 3. Beacons we can probably make ad hoc. Be relatively few, and roboports as well, relatively few. And, you know, whatever else, labs and more oil refineries if we have to, and whatever. Belts. So if we check that all out in the calculator, 2 of every science, and then blue belt, blue underground, blue splitters, solar panel, accumulator, and assembly machine 3. Speed module 3 and productivity module 3. if we say use productivity modules in everything you can, but let's say no beacons to start with, and if we need to we can calculate with beacons and speed modules. All of that together, 7.6 belts of copper, 14.6 belts of iron, so that is not going to happen. Interesting. That's like way bigger than I've got planned, which again we can do, just probably not here. If we want to 15 belts of iron running all the way up the factory, probably do 16, wouldn't we? We'd need 3 more cells of iron, 1 more cell of copper, 3 more cells of iron, 1 more cell of copper, interesting, 674 red circuit machines, which is like way more than we can reasonably deal with in an unmodded run. I'm not interested in building that big. It will be a chore, not fun. So let's just reduce our production rates, I guess. But we have to. So if we cut the science back, and we'll work on 1 per second. Is roughly what we had before. We know it's how big that is. It's not very big at all, but it is still a good science rate for getting things done. And 1 factory making all the other things. Still got to look at a big number, yeah, like 13 belts of iron and 6.5 of copper, which is, again, still too much. That would also need 2.5 of plastic, which is too much. We can something's not right there. The recipe for the tier 3 modules is the same, whether it's speed or productivity, but one of them is saying it needs 8 level 1 machines, the other says it needs 132. Something's wrong with the calculator there. Unless the speed module tier 1 is being used in another recipe, isn't it? It's in like a rocket control machine or a satellite or something like that. Check those recipes and find what's using it. Not the satellite. The satellite needs solar panels and accumulators, so we could combine them in a way. Yeah, rocket control unit needs speed modules, so that'll be why it's asking for so much of that. So rocket control unit, in order to make 1 white science per minute, it's asking for 43 rocket control units, which comes from 31 machines, which is therefore asking for 31 speed modules per 30 seconds, so almost 1 speed module per second, which would require 15 machines, not 130. I mean, I ought to be able to trust the calculator to get the numbers right, but I don't in this case. See why I thought we used productivity module 1 in a recipe as well. Like, yeah, you do. You use it in purple science packs. I'm not sure why the required number would be so significantly different. Can I see why? Yes. So that is saying 5 machines to make the speed module 2s, 6.5 machines to make the rocket control, 120 machines to make assembly machine 3s. Which is interesting. 1 machine making assembly machine 3s. Calculator's struggling with all of this at the same time. Currently be making 150 per minute. So that recipe. See, it's only got a half-second craft time. So that's like massively overkill. Even fully supplying 1 machine would be a massive overkill. We say we just want well, same as solar panels, 7.5 a minute. Then it'll be a machine working at 10% capacity, apparently, or less. And reduce our speed module 1 requirement. I can't keep up with what I'm trying to do. By a significant number, I would imagine. Yeah, down to 18 machines. Much more achievable. And that will reduce our iron requirement to 8 belts and a copper requirement to 3. So we still could do with increasing the amount of iron that we're doing here. Which we don't have space to increase the amount of iron we're doing here, but yeah, we need to factor that in too, because it will currently be saying to use productivity to smelt, which we're not doing. We're not doing at the moment. It's possible to do, but it's not the plan at the moment. The calculator can't keep up with what I'm trying to work on, so I think we have to ignore it for a while. Let me grab the modules we've got and fill in a few more machines. See where we're up to, how much more we need before we can pull this bit complete. Be a huge iron requirement for making blue belts. Maybe we just slow that down as well in a similar fashion to the assembly machines. Slow it down until the point that 4 belts with modules is enough. So there's 2.5 lines left to do, which is about 200 modules. Ish. There. It's fine. Try and do it. There's no... Could put another half iron smelting here. Probably another half next to it to create the extra iron. We'd need another train unloading station putting in, which is okay. We can cut some of the waiting bays away. We don't need that many. We can change that station to fit another unloading of iron ore in, which we could then be a little bit messy, but not too bad to bodge it in afterwards. More concerned about probably needing to double the amount of liquefaction we're doing over here, which there isn't space for there. We would need to rearrange a lot of that. It's not a terrible situation. It was good to check in advance what kind of numbers we'd be looking at. So if I continue removing these, so the smelting's going to be speed and not productivity. That's the only important thing. And then we'll change the numbers. So we're producing 1 science per second. We'll try and produce belt a lot slower than that. 150 a minute. 1 1/4 a second is probably more than we need. Oh no, it's more than that. It's 2 1/2. 2.5. So what if we make that 1 per second as well, all the way? Make the splitters 1 per 2 second because they're slower. Then 1 factory making solar panels, 1 making accumulators. Similar rate of assembly machines. 1 factory making each type of tier 3 module. How does that leave us on? Well, it still would need 6 and a bit blue belts of iron. Only 3 blue belts of copper. 35 refineries doing liquefaction, which is close to what we're doing, I think. That's a bit better. Still leaves us needing more iron. Like 2 and a bit more belts of iron. We can reduce it further, like it's possible. What if we operated all the machines at half speed? We could do... I don't think there's much point in changing the solar panels and accumulators. They're not using that much compared to the other stuff we're looking at. We slow down the modules as well, because they're a big source of requirement. So reducing everything to be half of what I was vaguely hoping we'd do would still need an extra belt of iron, which is big. If we don't regularly make the assembly machines, that won't make much of a difference at all. Still need 0.6 of a belt. Which again, maybe you just deal with it. As it stands, making 1 science per second leaves some of the recipes irregular. Is interesting. I guess that's because we'd be using assembly machine 3s, whereas before, when we had the recipes all regular, it was based on using assembly machine 1, and the speed is like fractional, which makes a difference. And we're using productivity modules, which are going to make all sorts of weird unround numbers be required. I mean, you can just keep slowing everything down until it can be done with 4 belts of iron. Like that's a way of approaching it. Things like underground belt and splitters can be quite slow, really. I'm patient. We're chill, so I don't need it to be producing those things fast, I guess. It is all a big compromise, but this base isn't designed to go that big because it's vanilla, and if you want to build big, you want mods that make that comfortable, I guess, like easier, but not like by simplifying things, by providing quality of life benefits, I guess. I'm quite happy with how that ends up. So if we do 1 science per second, a 1/4 factory on the blue belt pieces, half factories on solar and, well, it's relevant. I think solar and accumulators are not big consumers. Half a factory on the modules. Leaves us with 1 belt of steel, 2 belts of copper, 3.5 belts of iron, so room to spare. 24 machines doing liquefaction, which we're definitely already doing. Those are okay with me. That means we need 110 red chip factories. It's probably going to be our first thing that we set up. 110 red chips and then 25 blue. It's probably one of the early things to put on, because that's like the things that we're going to put onto the belt are the first things to make. So we've got obviously iron and copper coming out of smeltery, got steel coming out of smeltery, brick and stone is all organised for, coal is on its way, sulphur is organised for, as plastic's already done, as is lubricant and water. So yeah, the first things to do are red chip, blue chip, which are going to be, so this is like the corner, that's a road there, isn't it? Yeah, so the first chain is going to be along here. Where we're actually like putting the machines to make stuff. Going to need to grab machines and stuff like that. Going to need a new calculator page so that we can see just in isolation for my brain if we want 110 red chip factories. Then we're going to need 18.5 green chip. No, that's based on the wrong machine tier. We can factor in using productivity 3 on everything. 14 green chips. 28 copper cables. Everything else is fed in from the bus. Yeah, half a belt of plastic. Yep. Fine. I'll probably do 10 rows of 11. Actually, using blue belts, we can go pretty long. Though this is in the way, obviously we'll need to move that out of the way before we can actually build everything in. Go to our little safety storage area and pick up machinery and whatever other kits might help us get building. One of them, all of them. Probably a bunch more of them. Some of them and some of them. A little bit more. We'll definitely need a bunch of poles for power. And inserters, got a lot of them. That should do us to start with. That's like not enough machines. We're going to need that set up quite quick. We'll leave a little gap to organise belts. So if we're going to be making 14 machines making green circuits, it's 13.1, which is a bit frustrating, but you can't have 0.1 of a machine, obviously. 14 of them. The ratio is normally 3 cable machines to every 2. I think I'm just going to use a calculator. It says 28. So we'll make 28 cable machines, then 14 green chip machines. So these are 28 cable machines. 58 cable machines, 14, yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 16, 18, 20. Space, can we... I don't think we can reorganise this easily without being a mess or interrupting things, which I want to avoid because we're still keeping it running. Another 175 of them. Or we can just slow it down, can't we? That wouldn't be the end of the world if we just slowed it down for a bit while we did other stuff. So yeah, let's cut off what's going to be in our way about there. Let that run through just a second and then we'll clear it up. No. Let's finally leave that one in yet, and all of this. If we remove all of this, it'll actually stop producing because that's the green chips that it's supplying here. But, you know, it is in the way, so we need to do something with it. So if we just stop a couple of these machines, like I say, we're just slowing things down, so slower, but it will run. That'll do for now. Let's carry on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That is 2, 4, 6, 28 machines. Do with some lighting up here. I guess we haven't really decided what the lighting pattern's going to be up here. It's the old one. To mirror there, so I'd have one there. And what we've done elsewhere is put it on every row. Skip one and put it like that. Give that a go. No, we can't. I remember why now. That one on the end can go there because that's like in that gap where we're going to tidy up any belts that come over. The rest of the lights need to be between the machines, so Same logic, skip one, put one in. Do for now at least, and we can reorganise it if we need to. So they're going to need 2 belts. No, we need 1 belt in, 2 belts out, and then green chips. We're going to need 14 machines. So we split it into 2 halves of 7, I guess. We do that in a mirror, so we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here, 7 at the other far end. That work? No, it would be better not to put them halfway instead. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, put them here. Belt, so that one will come up. And back down. So I'll do the same, like up that end and then down. Like so. They are green chips. Yeah. The input for the copper cable behind here. I'm going to need iron input and green chip output, which is same speed. It's half a second in and half a second out, so either way, doesn't really matter which is going to have the long handled, which we didn't pick up any of, so we're going to need a bunch of them. Just craft a few while we're not handcrafting anything else. 2 belts in is like we've done that by separating this into 2 halves. Then it can be 1 belt out, so this can go all the way up. Just balance the sides in the middle here. Well, machines through machines, middle's like there, I think. Not that it's terribly important. Yeah, this is our iron input under there. Iron input, copper cable input. Did I just not line them up, or is it? It's due to how I rotated it, isn't it? Yeah. Fine, and then long handled out. We'll use 2 just in case. Or we'll likely need 2 because of the speed that these are eventually going to work at when they've got their modules in. We may need to do some belt weaving as well, because even 2 long-handled might not be enough. These guys need Inputs and outputs. There we go. That is producing the 14 machines of green chips that we need. Using the 28 of them, which is coming in off one belt of copper, one belt of iron. That's all fine. Just then need to, well, put in the red chip factories. I'm going to take the green chips and plastic and more copper cable. Ah, I've got that wrong. Didn't break that down. The copper cable goes to both spots, so it's 14.1 machines for green and 13.1 for red. We just need 15 here, which will work on a single belt. Okay, that's okay. Not quite 1-to-1, which is a shame. Would have made it easier. That's fine, so that's 14, so they actually just need 15, don't need that. Didn't remember that it some of it goes elsewhere. Then again, we could all keep it all in a line regardless. If I just keep that split in the middle to remind me. Then we've got 15 going into green chips, and we need 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 to go into red chips. Would still be fine as the numbers were before, with one belt in and two belts up, one going to green chips and one going to red chips. This belt is probably going to go elsewhere. Let's tear that up for now. And then move these machines to the right as well. So that's going to start there. This one's going to be part of this loop. That should probably balance the sides, or they won't fit on half a belt, I don't think. So 2, 4, 6, 8. There's an okay spot to do it. And then yeah, these need copying. The iron in, the green chips out. So we've done the copper cable for both sections, stages. Got the 40 machines of green, all of it. Yeah, that's fine. So we just need to bring in the plastic, which is just going to be on the belt, and make 110 machines to make red. So how many belts does that need? It's one belt of cable, half a belt of plastic, half a belt of green chips. So we could run one. You could run one long line with 110 machines with single belt inputs, and it would be fine. I don't think we can fit 110 in one line, but we can see how many we can fit in one line. Find out. Probably want to leave a gap. I mean, not put the machines right here, because it's not really enough to work with 3 inputs and 1 output, so start them up that row instead. Let's set the recipe. Copying it down, I might as well set the inputs in as well. Don't know what the best way is, but I'd guess. Well, actually, we do know that if we can use a single belt to supply all 110, then they're probably not going to need fast inserters at all. So let's try it with just one. That can be output, that can be input. So it's going to be input of, let's say, plastic. That's going to be input of green chips. They're going to be flowing from that direction. It's going to be input of copper cable, for example, which is also flowing that direction. And that's going to be output of the red chips themselves, which would be better to flow in that direction towards the belt because they're going to be joining it. Okay. Should be able to copy that. No, not quite. Roll a few more in, then we should be able to copy what we need. That much? Yeah. It's got to keep count. So what's that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 12. So this is 16. 20. 24. 28. 32. 36. 40. Place and we'll come back and build it all in. I don't want to lose count, so that's 40. 44, 48, 52, 52, 56. I think we stop there. We're not going to fit another 56 in, so we'll do a second row of 54. To make the 110 that we need. Copy from there. Difficult to get it lined up right, but should be like that. That'll be 110 machines making red chips, I hope. Just have to gradually let our bots build everything into place and then I guess start connecting the inputs. We can tear out this temporary red chip production, reconnect these ones into the temporary module production, I guess. Or I might just tear that all up, not make any modules for a while, and then we'll see. Why use blue belts as they're expensive? Yeah, I mean, you're right, Nikki. You're right. You would. So, for example, the supply of both the green chips and the plastic into these runs. Actually, because we split it in half, all of the runs in could be red without a problem. I guess why not use blue is more the question. Like, yeah, it's expensive, but that's not a problem. We've got infinite resources and infinite time. I don't know, we might... It's not, you know, it's a good question. It's a sensible question in that it would be quicker and easier for us to get more red belt up and running, because I've factored into the numbers including blue belt production, but if we don't need it, then we need less of it. We could use red belt in some places. I don't know, at least at the moment we can use blue belt, so why don't we? We may regret it later, but I guess we'll find out. I think it looks prettier when everything is spinning around your base as fast as it possibly can, so... Just for the way it looks is a good enough reason to use the blue belt. I guess if we're, like after this base I need to do the speedrun one, that's certainly a case where I think you probably wouldn't use blue belt at all, because it's not time efficient to make blue belt and you don't need it to launch a rocket. We've run out of belt in our pockets. Let's go get some. The stocks that we kept safe are not going to last long at all. Until I looked it up, I wasn't aware that we were going to need like 110 red chip factories. It's, I guess, a lot more than I was expecting. It's no big deal. It might just slow things down, slow the construction down, but that's fine. This is not the speed run, so we don't need to really worry about the time it takes to do things. Don't have to worry. Let's finish what we're working on, and then I think I will tear down the temporary module production. And we'll get real module production up and running first, and then be fine. Oh, we're going to need more long-handled inserters for sure, yeah. Damn, forgot about that. Let's just handcraft more. Have we got any? Yeah, there's a whole chest down there that we'll have some in. Just remember next time we run over to pick them all up. Okay, we can take... So we want the output of these copper cables and the output of these green chips to run up and around. I'm going to balance this one to 2, 4, 6, 7. probably... it might not be necessary, but better to do it. Lots are helpful, but they're not particularly quick. It's sometimes a bit frustrating waiting on them. Okay, which is which? Green chips are on the inside, copper cables on the outside. That doesn't particularly matter, I don't think. The input is twice as many copper cables, so that wants to go on this one. Because it's got fast inserters. Split off half of the belt to go on that run, and the rest is going on that one. Then the green chips can go, well, either side really. The third, oh, on the input, yeah, so they want to go it's a little awkward, but that'll do. Like that's the output, so we can cut that down. That. Need the plastic to run up the other one that's not got anything on it yet, the one that's running up the other direction. Work out all these connections actually. So this outside one is a copper. So it's going to go under the road. Under the robo, well, across the robo is fine. Across the pipes is fine. Under those ones. Sorry, I've done that wrong. Go in one like that. Go. Then that one is iron. Okay. Then that's kind of it. This is then plastic, so it can be split like that. They need like a quarter belt each. Plastic's going to be on this one. Good. Then we're going to take the outputs. Send them to join the bus. Here. Just like that. So we need to actually bring these materials onto the bus. It's going to take a lot of belt. Let's go grab more belt and grab the long-handled inserters. And then let's go tear down that temporary module production. Not that many there, not as many as I wanted. And yeah, we don't have enough blue belt. We're going to have to prioritise that as well. I guess we set up the 2 module production runs. So the red chip is now done, just needs hooking up. So blue chip is next. Then speed module, then productivity module, then belt. Then underground, then splitter. Then I guess the other stuff. Solar panel, accumulator. Yeah, then we'll start science after all of that. So let's just disconnect things and let it run through for a while. Disconnect that. And disconnect these and send them the correct direction instead. Probably want to do a 4-lane balancer at some point. I'm not sure we'll fit it here. Try it. Yeah. Should be one up. That. Those 2, that one goes under. They feed into that one. And back out. Like so. Yeah, fits. That's fine. There's iron connected. Good. Start bringing the copper ones back. Sure we're going to have enough belt, but we'll see. Maybe we'll temporarily use yellow belt until we can set up the machines making the blue stuff. Might have enough underground ones to just use that, but I think what I will do is just move this. Cute. There we go. Move it up to the edge. Yeah, like that. We'll put another one there. So they're like lined up and look a bit tidier. Need to be putting the power poles into place as well. I haven't really been doing that as we go. Little awkward that we put steel in next, but never mind, we just have to run under the copper. Dig up all of this belt. So have they stopped? Almost. Let's go stop making more red as well. Disconnect. Disconnect all of this as well. And all of this over here. If we're not, there's no point in running 2 belts of plastic on the bus if we're only producing 1 belt's worth. I'm not sure which we are producing. We're producing 2 per second times 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 40 per second. Blue belt carries 45. Yeah, so it is only 1 belt's worth at the moment. May increase in the future, obviously. Okay, let's flag all this for being torn up and then get to work, I guess. Leave all that much running for a while longer, just in case it can finish off another one. It's halfway through. Start clearing from this end. Expect my inventory to fill right up. Start dumping rubbish into a box. Our productivity modules, we can feed it in later, but let's not worry about that. I'm going to keep the assembly machine 2s and try to upgrade them in hand. We can. And destroy your stuff. Yeah, yeah. If it's not too much of a hassle to remake it, then I just throw it in a box and shoot the box until it is destroyed. We can easily turn any of this into, like, better stuff or upgraded stuff, then we will. So all of these are assembly machine 2s. I'd like to upgrade them to assembly machine 3s because we used so many in that run of red chip makers that I'm a bit worried about how many we've got available. Most of the stuff is useful though, so not getting a lot we can destroy. Oh well. I'll deal with it. Really making progress, clearing it all out. Inventory is full. Cable, I guess, taking up space. That is kind of useful. Why don't I make a steel chest temporarily to put actual useful things in and just pick them up again in a second. Just iron, copper, plastic here. Gives us space to work with, and then looks like it's not making any more. Run through all the ingredients it could from backing up. We'll feed a few bits in and make some more, I guess. It's 98 there now. It's half of what we wanted. It's not bad. It's not required yet to be smelting at full speed. Obviously, it will be required to fill the belts in based on what the calculator says we need. So, but that's not until we've put every single machine in place that we'll need all of the materials. We've got time. Inventory full again. We feed anything into anywhere. Sulfur into the no. Outputs are full. Don't think we can. Never mind. Interesting. There was just like a whole box of steel there. Let's tidy all this up a bit until we can do something constructive with it. So all of that cleared out. These bots back into bed. Rather not destroy all those raw ingredients. It doesn't. I know they are infinite. It doesn't really matter, but still. Okay, let's continue tearing down. That point down. Setting my bots by running around too quickly. Be through, I think, tearing all that. That's some more inventory space. Bits and pieces we picked up I can just get rid of. Fine. Can I upgrade these machines? Some of them. Pick up more of the speed module 1s, don't I, to speed that up. There, I've got 4, so that's just like a half-second production. Just cleaned. Good. A few bots that need to recharge. There we go. Yeah, so how many speed module 1s are these ones? Many. That many we can do quickly. Some pipes are... can remake them pretty quickly. I know we got a bunch in storage as well, so I'm not worried about that. Can't upgrade those quickly, but I still would like to upgrade them. Beacons I'd like to go put safe. Speed module 2s we're not going to use. Productivity 1s we're not going to use. Yeah, I don't really know what we do with all this, but we can come back and sort it out later. tidy it up. It's fine. How many? I want to make 51 more assembly machines. And I want to use 51, and I see you put 2 in each, so that actually wants to be destroyed as well. Well, it doesn't want to be, but I wanted to destroy it. There we go. Let's go put beacons and chemical plants safe. Connect the copper up, connect the plastic up. Then we'll look at blue belts, blue chips for the belt. Beacons, chemical plants. That's about it, I reckon. I wanted to take something. Can't remember what now. Can't have been important then. Ah, no. That's steel. Here is copper. Ah, yes, that's copper connected, and then as we fill all this in, our pulse and a lighting scheme could be helpful here too. Let's follow this logic. It's on every pole, but because this has got belts, they want to be that way round. Use them, can't I? Somewhere. Good. Start running the lines from the belt back along this so we can start plugging the other end in, work out where they all supposed to go. Steel, brick and stone here. Brick is actually coming in around here, isn't it? There it is. Which one is that? The stone, it's the outside one. do. Stone connected. Though again, I'm not sure that's an entire loot belt's worth. I don't know what we need, but it might not be enough coming out of that patch of mining that we're doing to actually supply. This is the steel connection. Just needs a balancing single splitter. Might as well put it in line with these guys. And this is smelted stone, which we're producing way too much of, I expect. Just want to turn these 4 lines into 1. Yeah, guess we just do like that. Move that one over. Going with the power grid. The lighting. There's probably going to be a big gap here above where we've done the plastic and sulfur, so if we do need to increase the chemical processing, we will be able to. So when they reach this point, the lighting arrangement needs to change, doesn't it? So I like that one. Will do for now. Sure we've got enough power poles to do all this. We'll be fine. We can set up little machines here and there, can't we, to create things ad hoc. So the next... Oh, I don't have radar coverage. Interesting. Can I work it out from memory? 2 plastic on the outside. Sulfur and coal. So this is coal and sulfur. Plastic, worked out we don't actually have 2 lines, so we'll make it 1. If we need a second, we'll just have to increase the amount of plastic we're making. So this coal, I actually need to run all 4 lines this far, I guess. We can cut it here. Just run 1 line up that side. There's a lot of coal to fill up my inventory. I can dump that into plastic machines, I hope. Oops. Keep that 1 line going. There we go. Let the bots come back home again. That wants to go under. That wants to go under as well. Kind of want to swap the sulfur over. Guess we can move the plastic over because that coal isn't there anymore. So that is connecting up here. It's okay. Just not sure about the light being there, but it's fine. We should put these speed modules into their machines. These bots come home again and then put these into the machines. Go. Far off the end. Little unhappy bot. There we go. So about 56 more speed 3s are needed. And if we're not planning on beaconing more, then we might get away with not making both productivity 3 and speed 3. We could just have a sector where I mean you can swap it back and forth ultimately, so maybe we just set up one area of them. Did I factor it? I looked at doing half a factory of both, so if we do one factory that we change back and forth, that would be okay. Connected. Just cut that out for the time being. Good. It's the plastic, and here come the red chips flying out. Yeah, just got some long-handled inserters to fill in, don't we? Let's walk up and let the bots do that. Looks to be all of them. That's running too far. That one's running too far as well. It's good to see the plastic is reaching the end. It means it's being supplied at the right rate. Should fill in nicely and start building up. Being well. All is not well though, I can see. This should be outputting left. They should all... like, we shouldn't end up with this thing where the machines can't actually put their goods down on the belt. Shouldn't be happening. But evidently it is. So... it's just because it's not quite... it's not feeding all the way down yet. That should sort itself out. Given a bit of time. Here as well, it's a bit more worrying. Machines should be able to put that down onto the belt. They should have space to, if everything's okay. We might need to do this differently. Which you can't really do because it's not one-to-one. Ah, that's not helping. That machine isn't running. We can send half the machines to go counterclockwise instead. Then one half will be undersupplied. So as long as we can do it, these guys go this way instead. And that feeds up. One that's halfway, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 4, 6. These are the middle two. If they're the middle two, then the one on the right side is undersupplied because they've got 2, 4, 6, 8 instead of 2, 4, 6, 7. Other way round. More copper cable is going to the right, so this one is undersupplied. So if that one gets copper from both directions, it should work. We just need to balance the sides of the belt in the middle here. Same on this side. Might make it flow a bit better. Keep all the machines outputting. Although it's backlogged now because when we're using the red chips it's backlogged. Didn't factor that in. They're all outputting to the same side. Guess we balance them halfway down as well. There's a couple of different ways of doing it, but we might as well do this. If we can work out where halfway is. What's on this side? 56 on this side, so that'll be 28 along. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. It's there. So we need to go underneath there. Balance that, priority right. Do the same on this side. Fill the belt properly. Okay. We're actually going to need to use it before we can see how things flow, and of course all these machines are ultimately going to have productivity module 3 in. At the end of the day. Okay, so that is all good. No, copper isn't quite flowing in properly. It's now all good. Calculated out, built and connected the red chips. That's blue chips next. So I made a note, didn't I? 25 blue chip factories. If I bring the calculator back up, we'll change. I'm going to make blue chips. I use 25 factories. They're going to have productivity 3. And we've done the red chips that are being fed into that, and therefore we've done the green chips being fed into the red chips into that. So we need 18 green chips to go directly into blue chips, 18 green chips, and sulfuric acid. That's what we need. Fine. The 18 green chips are going to need 22 copper cable. So the first row will be 22 copper cable. Let's leave a gap just to separate things. On that number already. 22 copper cable machines. To it. There we go. They're going to take copper in on one side and put cable out on the other, just like that, I guess. Lights there. So that's 8, 12, 16, 22. Copper there. So they're going to feed in. None of it goes to the blue. That all feeds into green chip production, which is 18 machines. Guess it was good based on down here to kind of split things into halves and quarters and stuff like that. So we're turning 22 to 18 is 11 to 9. Can't easily half it beyond that. So if we do 9 this end, leave a gap, do 9 this end, split things in half at least. So they're going to want cable in, iron in, green chips out, I guess. It's going to be iron in. It's going to be green chips out. I'm going to want the same kind of loop down here for the copper cable. We'll see if it works. Might do what we did on the other one and send them in 2 different directions. In on that side and out for the finished green chips. Good. Next row in, so 22 machines making cable, 18 machines making green chips, red chips are coming from outside, 25 machines making blue chips. And no, we're making sulfuric acid locally, aren't we? We're bringing the sulfur and the water in, so the amount of sulfuric acid required is 0.2 of a chemical factory. So 1 chemical factory. Needs sulfur, iron ore and water. Iron plate, which is coming in on this belt. So if we do it down the end here, we don't, as it's only 1 machine, we don't need to give it its own row. We do need to go and get a chemical plant to use, and a lot of pipe to bring the water over. Pipe and pumps. Okay. Pipe and pumps that we've got. A chemical plant. Storage tanks, probably. We want to do some. Even though it's only 1 machine. Even though it's 1 machine and we only need 1/5 of it. So there shouldn't be a need to store up any of it. Just feed the machine straight in without problem, probably. But I like having liquid outputs going straight into storage tanks before feeding into wherever they're going. It gives you a visual indicator of everything as well, make sure everything's working. So my thought is with the chemical plant here, there would be best, but it's not central. Yeah, we'll do there with a long handled. Be fine. That's the iron. Then we need sulfur and water. Sort that actual connection out in a minute. It's going to make sulfuric acid to a tank. Maybe the other way. Yeah. No. Maybe that way, so you can see the window. And that's going to feed our 25 blue chip machines. They also need red chip and green chip inputs. So if they've got those going in like that, I think the green chips probably need to go in with a fast inserter because there's 20 in each. So we can do green chips in there. Maybe bring the blue chips out the back of them. Red chips in the front. Like that, I guess. I'll be happy with that. Send them under that tank and onto the bus. Then we copy that. Yes. I think. Then copy that. So that's 6, 10, 14, 18, 22, that'll be 26, so if we cut the last one out, be all good. Check the calculator again. 22 cables feeding the greens, 18 greens feeding the blues, 25 blues, reds are coming off the belt, sulfuric acid coming from a single machine. All good. We just need to hook up the water to get that flowing all the way, and plug in the belts at the end of the line, and go grab more blue belt because we've run out in a backpack. Don't think we're going to have enough blue belt to do the. We might have enough to get to the point where we're making blue belt. We just need to do the tier 3 modules cluster, and then we'll start the belt clusters. We'll grab all of the belt we've got stored up. There's another 1,000 or so. See how it goes. Yeah, 1,000. Okay. Like we say, we can handcraft some yellow belts just to get things moving, and then sort it out after, if we need to. It's fine. Let's stand somewhere sensible. I'm just going to take a quick break. As we're 2 hours into the stream, I'll stretch my legs and do the usual bits and pieces to stay vaguely healthy while I'm doing long streams. So yeah, just a couple of minutes, then we'll come back. We'll hook up the last connections for the blue chips and carry on adding in the production cells for the base. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hello there, I'm back from the break. Switched to a new playlist. The last one was just a bit quiet and perhaps putting me to sleep a bit too early in the day. So we'll try the next one. Okay, so we need to get water connected onto the bus and into the sulfuric acid production here. This is where we got the pipe, so we need to actually help if I built in the power grid as well to visualize where things are. And we still need to get lights into here as well. Not sure how we're laying them out. crossways like this, but then other side of the road. So it's, say we do that. Oh yeah, we do have a road down the bottom already because of the, that was like joining the smelting to the solar farm, so we could just match that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll stop it on the next one though, because there's going to be a road there, so we might want to change that, possibly. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there for now, and we'll sort out, because I think I'd like to flip that one over. In fact, I know I would like to flip that one over to this side. So let's sort out lighting that last section when we actually know what we're putting there. It could be nothing, or it could be the labs. I put a row in up here, and then we can copy that down. Three more poles. Yep. Lights are on the outside. Like so, and then we'll copy that. The bots place a few out. Ah, they've stopped. Means we've run out of poles, doesn't it? We'll go grab some more in a second. Get this further up. There we go. Okay, let's go grab more poles. But let's place the pipes on our way down. So that's... reach all the way, no. Yes, I want to do it like we've done the others. Like that. It's a shame it's only one actually, because the pump is going to need two. See, oh, I've gone too far anyway. Water is this outside one. It's actually going to be there. I don't know about the spacing going up and down. We want to space that based on the corner here, I would say. So that's going to come there. Then we'll go at maximum length heading up. That is good enough to connect there, that's perfect. We'll need to come back and put some pumps in every so often. I might connect it up and down the end and see if we can tell by the water pressure where a good spot for a pump is. We could put like one on every single stage, but that would definitely be overkill. Another whole row of holes. Continue with our pipes heading west. journey, so I'm expecting a couple of pumps will be necessary. It's the water. It's there at the moment. It would be nice to move it over so it's squared off, I guess. Lubricant 2. Deal with that in a minute, or in a while. So there's water's coming up from there, and it's being used to make sulphur. So, do we want a new dedicated water source? Probably. At the moment we've got 3 water pumps, 4 water pumps. One is being turned into steam for the liquefaction. One is being used for advanced oil processing. One is being used for all of the cracking. And the last one is being used for the sulphur. Yeah, I don't think we need to get another source. There's no easy way of pulling any of those onwards. Like, we could just take the top of one of these water lines and feed it into the sulphur, but that might pull too much away from there, so I kind of do want another water pump on the seafront. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Can I make one? Offshore pump, just need a bit of iron. Of course, there is just none lying around here, so let's head to the random boxes we left lying around earlier. Nope, not that. That one. Yeah, that one. Trains before I run across the tracks. Yeah, we've got that pipe there. It'd be kind of nice to put that there instead. Pipes all need to be different then. That's okay. Then take this one away for a second. Push these along so they're all lined up. Am I using any mods? Not in this run. I usually would, but we're specifically trying to unlock achievements on Steam, and you're not allowed to use mods in order to get them, so this base is no mods. But the next one will definitely have mods. No great spot to run water up. I'll do it in line with these power poles, I guess. Could reduce the number of coal paths is an option. Don't need 4 necessarily. I think we want 1 heading north, possibly 2 for plastic, and the other one for liquefaction. Yes, we could probably take away one of these lines of coal and run the pipes directly adjacent. We can't put the pump directly adjacent. That's fine. Have so many coal belts. Because that's how much coal we've got. Although we don't really. There are 4 coal belts because we've got 4 full belts of coal coming out of the train station. We should change that. Because when things are running at the full speed, we're certainly going to be pulling an entire blue belt out of one end. So this outside one should, if things are going at full speed, we would see the outside one go empty, I think. So I'm going to strip it off. It's probably, if things are going full speed, it might only be 2 belts worth coming out of here. Which may or may not be enough, but no big deal. But yeah, like this output from the train station is 4 full belts, so I just dragged 4 full belts everywhere to play with. But this is definitely overkill. We'll run this water here instead. It's more useful. Also gives us some blue belts back to use more productively. It's now where the plastic is, so I kind of want to shift them over. Maybe back here. Kind of one there. One connects into that tank. Just slightly the wrong distance. I can't turn the tank around because that petrol's there. And we're just coming on that end. What did I celebrate last night? I didn't. I finished streaming about 10. Hung around, did some bits and pieces, post-stream stuff and analytics for maybe half an hour, and then I went to bed. So just hear some fireworks going off as I was falling asleep. No actual celebrating necessarily. That's not quite long enough either, that. I can come down one more. So that's fine. We've got corners like that. Why am I living? I am living alone, yeah, just me in the house. But I don't like, a new year isn't very important to me. Never has been. It's not part of my culture and not part of my lifestyle. It's just another Sunday today and just another Saturday yesterday. I don't put any importance on what year it is. Like, the only birthday is more meaningful to me than a new year, but even that I don't particularly celebrate anymore. So there, water on that side, and the tank is filling up. The pump's strong enough to get it to here without any problem. Water in these pipes, good. See the point where the water becomes less than 99.9. That, I think, is roughly where we put a pump in. Sad. Not really. I think if you are the kind of person who celebrates those things, then it's very different to meet someone who doesn't. But it's meaningless to me. You know, it'd be like someone who's not Jewish doesn't celebrate Jewish holidays because it just doesn't mean anything to them. I don't celebrate New Year because it just doesn't mean anything to me. So to like, yeah, for people for whom those things are like really meaningful, it would seem sad, or you might assume that I feel sad because I'm alone and I'm doing nothing, but I don't. It's fine. It doesn't make any difference to me at all. Same, yeah. Don't really celebrate New Year's. It's, you know, I can understand why it's meaningful to people, and obviously like people do things like setting their New Year's resolutions and stuff like that, and I can understand the importance to them of those traditions, but I don't share those traditions, and I don't see any value in them personally. So for me, there's no feeling of like sadness or anything. It's just not a thing at all. Okay, water is coming. The water pressure didn't drop below 99.9 the whole way here, so I don't think we need any pumps. I would like to put a tank in, just because, like I said before, I like being able to visualize them. Antisocial club. I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm antisocial. I'm not a very sociable person. I enjoy interacting with people on the internet because I can control it a lot. So you wouldn't find me going to like a real life party of 100 people because it's just so uncomfortable for me. So I just wouldn't go. And again, it's the same kind of thing. But I'm not sad about that. I don't feel like I'm missing out. I don't feel like that's a bad thing. I'm not interested in it, so why would I? I'm plenty social in certain contexts that work for me, but obviously compared to someone who enjoys those things, very much not nearly as social or sociable or anything like that. So would be quite shockingly different. If you're sometimes you want to have that control over like your limits and your ability to set the expectations from other people. Less shame, yeah. I find it a lot less pressure. Like face to face is a lot of pressure for me, and I do mean I'm not an antisocial person. Like before I was streaming, I had a regular job. I went to a warehouse or an office, and there were people there, and we had conversation and social lives, and it was all very normal. It's just about like what I do in my free time is where it's my choice. Choose to do things that I feel more comfortable doing. And Christmas I go and see my family, and every now and then I'll go see nephews, nieces, cousins, those kind of people, and be perfectly social and normal and do all the things that are expected of people, but yeah, it's not something I enjoy. I do it for their benefit. I do it because they like it. And I want to be kind to them, not because I enjoy it. I could easily go like half a year without seeing another person in the real world. I still, interestingly, still need to see people in the real world. You still need that actual human connection, even though I can go a long time without it, like longer than other people. I couldn't not have it. So living alone works very well for me. I like my freedom, but I still get lonely, you know. People often say, well, isn't it really lonely? It's like, it is lonely, but like that's a balance, isn't it? Do you want to be overwhelmed or lonely, and you can't have it both ways. So I choose to be sometimes lonely, but generally feeling free and happy. Yeah. So copper is connected, iron is coming in now. If I get the right ones put in. You want to be like that, but it's not in your nature. Yeah. A friend who 2 months learning online, yeah, like never coming out, no chatting, no connections. And yeah, 2 months seems like, oh, that's fine, really. It's not that long, but for some people that would be like torture. Obviously, and everyone's different, you know, and that's fine. If people can survive it, good on them, and if they can't, then it's not like worse, is it? They just people need to go out and see people. They should go out and see people. Nothing wrong with it. You know, I'm not a person who does that, but I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it. I've connected that in the wrong place, haven't I? Yeah. Needs to go here next to the iron. Got. Socially independent is the best thing. Yeah, happiness doesn't depend on other people, or how other people are feeling is often a pressure. But you know, in life you have to have other people in your life. You know, no matter what, however independent you are, you're going to rely on other people at some point. You're going to be dependent. You're going to need their support. You've got to find the right people, the people you can connect with and merge with in a productive way. But yeah, being able to survive on your own as much as you can is useful. Yeah, not a caveman, yeah. No, I mean, no one is. You know, some people's social connections are in person, and some people's social connections are on the internet. Yeah, you would like to be able to just spend a month alone and still be happy. Perfectly fine if you're not. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong, but you know, if I can see, even if you're someone who likes spending time with people, there are points where it'd be nice to run away from them all, because you know, like, you just got a week where all your friends are all in a terrible mood all at the same time, and then you can't get away from them. Okay, so that's flowing. We've got iron, we've got copper, we've got sulfuric acid being created. We're going to need to balance this up, so 2, 4, 6, we'll put a balancer in there. Let's see if that's enough or not. And then 2, 4, 6, another one here. To balance the green circuits. we can do here somewhere. When do I plan to go back to work? I do not plan on going back to work. I plan on streaming full-time forever. I'm not confident that I will be able to, but that's what I want to do. So that's what I'm planning on. If it looks like I won't be able to earn a living or enough of a living by the end of January, like that's when I'm going to look at it at the end of January and see if it looks possible. If it looks possible, then I'll keep doing it, and if it doesn't, then I'll start looking for a job at the end of January. Not worried. I had a very good job that I left in November, and I made a lot of contacts, so if I need to go back to work, I'm confident that I'll find a good job. Maybe not one that I'm happy with, because the reasons why I left my job in November is because I don't want to be employed by someone else. It was a really bad feeling at the last company, so I'm not keen on being employed again anytime soon. So I probably wouldn't be happy about doing it, but I'm confident I could get a good job, good income, with a reliable and solid job, if it comes to that. Which year? This January, yeah. Not next January. I've got savings, basically, that, you know, I had a good job, so I saved a lot of money. I would rather be spending those savings on other things, but I can go quite a long time unemployed if I need to. So now is a good opportunity to take a risk, because I've got enough savings to take a risk, but I can't do it forever. I definitely couldn't do it until next January. If I didn't earn any money between now and next January, I'd be homeless. You end up being an entrepreneur, yeah, it is. But there's not a huge number of things that I find interesting. It's no good trying to like start businesses in stuff you don't care about. So obviously, I care about video games. A lot of work and stress, yeah, no doubt. That's what you're doing, yeah. We want to balance this to what's halfway, about 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, I think it was. No, can't do maths. 10, 12, yeah, this is the middle here. Okay, so they are not running at full speed because the green chips are not reaching the end of the belt. We all love video games, yeah. Oh, that's why we're here, yeah. Got 2 machines on the ends that are not flowing, so that's our issue. Enjoy programming. You know, I'm interested, but I've never been, never learned anything. I've done modding for various games in various languages, but I've never like learnt to create something in a programming language. So I could, is what I mean by that. I could go and learn programming languages and do programming. I don't think I'd enjoy it. I don't have a passion for coding or programming like I do for gaming. Not in the same way. I guess I do for modding, but you know, you can't make money making mods. And like making a whole game is obviously it's not that different to making a mod, but it is a much bigger scale, which makes it different. Do engineering, yeah. I could, like, instead of streaming, I could go and retrain. Like, that was another option. It's like, go back to school, go back to university and learn something else or whatever. But yeah, passion will go in 30 days, yeah. Yeah, you never know, you know, that's a big gamble. The thing about streaming is it wasn't, like, it's a risk, but it's not a gamble. I knew I'd enjoy it. Well, that's not true. I knew I'd enjoy playing games. I didn't know if I'd enjoy streaming and having the chat and the interaction, and it turns out I do love it, really love it. So, yeah, I know that I want to stream, but it's not that simple. It's never that simple. It's because you want to do something doesn't mean you're any good at it, or that you can make a success of it. Even, like, you can be really good at it and still not make a success of it. So this is 2, 4, 6. That's the central machine there. But we can't split this side. Engineering domain. I don't know if there is any engineering sector that I would enjoy. Yeah. I've known electronic engineers, which didn't particularly interest me. Not good with my hands, I would say. Not great with them. So it'd have to probably be something quite big. 2, 4, 6. So if I split these cables to go 2 different directions like we did on the other, I can't get an even spread. This is a little awkward layout, really. We need to do it because they're just not flowing fast enough. Actually, saying that, there's no shortage, is there? Ah, there is. They're just not inputting the cable fast enough. That is a problem. They're not. Those are not outputting. Those are not interesting. Well, if they input fast, that might make the output okay. That one on the corner is still not great, but we can possibly change that. They're not reaching the last machine either, so that's something's not great here. So there's only one piece. The inserters grab 2 each time. But we could use stack inserters and add more than 2. Moncherais, hello, welcome. What, the game on Switch? It's probably not as playable without a mouse. Yeah, I would agree that the game is probably quite difficult without a mouse. Still playable, but I guess it would be a bit like... well, no, I don't know what else. I was thinking something like Terraria is... I would find that easier with a mouse, but that's probably okay on mobile, on Switch or something. This is different. Like, being able to place things where you want them is a lot quicker with a mouse. I'd agree with that. One inserter, you think? One is... so if we go here, got one inserter grabbing 2 pieces each time. The machine is showing red on the copper cable, which means it's not feeding in quick enough. So the machine is waiting, so it goes red at the top on the status. It's waiting because it's not got copper cable. If we put 2 in, it stops it from going red. The status remains solid green and the cable is high enough. So our options are use 2 fast inserters or use a stack inserter, which will insert more at a time. And because 2 is fast enough and we have space for 2, that's fine. This machine at the end is not receiving any because this machine on the end is not outputting any because it's hovering above the line there. So we need to change the output here is more than a blue belt. So we need to change how we divide them out. It isn't easy to do because we can't split a machine in half. The usual ratio is 3 to 2, so 3 to 2, 3 to 2, 3 to 2, 3 to 2, and then we've got an extra machine, so it might not be worth fiddling until we put the modules in though, because that's going to increase it even more. So we'll definitely need to split it differently, that's for sure, but it's all not perfect. So we want to do is take half of these and send them that way instead. Then we got 6 machines going right and 5 machines going left, so there's more copper cable going right, so that should cover more machines. So it covers 5 and the left one covers 4. So if we do that, the machine in the middle can also grab the surplus from the left, as well as the usual amount from the right. We just then need to balance the sides of the belt, so they're using both sides, not just one. That should cause this one on the corner to actually start outputting properly, which it is. And that should mean this machine in the middle is now the last machine. That should get a solid supply. Or get a supply. It might not be solid because that might require the modules. But it is at least receiving more than this one was when they were the other way round. So that is a better layout. We can do the same on this side. That machine or the next one? Next one. Would be like that. Do I have an objective or is it open? A little bit of both. This is mostly like just building for the sake of building. The actual objective of the factory is there's 2 Steam achievements that I haven't unlocked yet, that I want to unlock. So that's what we're really working on. But if we just wanted to unlock them, that could probably be done in like half an hour, if we focused only on doing that. So they're like an objective, but we're not focused on that objective. We're just building a big a medium-sized factory, for the sake of building stuff. And at some point we will get the achievements naturally, over the process of making a factory. Everything's backlogged here now, so we can't actually analyse the flow anymore, but I think that's going to be good enough. Fingers crossed. So that's blue chip output added on. So we've got all of our resources on the belt, apart from lubricant. It still needs pumping up here. The next cell we're building in is for the modules. So let me start the grid off, and then we'll need to look at the calculator again to work out the ratios to make one factory's worth of tier 3 module. Okay, so if we just look at speed 3 for now, say we want one factory, we need 5 tier 1s, 2.5 tier 2s, and 1 tier 3. That's a little awkward, but there we go. Why do I make them manually? They don't align, so if I copy this row, I can't easily tell where the right place is you need you can tell from where the wires are straight, so you can just about tell. So if I've got this much, I can copy paste because I can align them onto each other. So that, if I click in the right place, can be copy pasted along. So I just have to start it off with a couple of rows, and then we'll copy paste along. But I'm gonna also put the machines and the belts and the inserters in before we copy paste it along. I can't copy from here because the lights are in a different place. So I can't copy those rows over because the lights won't be lined up properly. And I can't copy from down here because they'll get all the machines and the stuff like that. So I'm just building off a couple of rows which will then start the things in. Then we'll copy paste it across for the robots to do. If we can work it all out. Okay, so 5 tier 1, 2.5 tier 2. What if we doing 2.5 assembly machine 3s? Is that like 3 assembly machine 2s? Maybe we could possibly simplify it like that somehow. We'll see. That requires a small amount of blue belts, blue chips, a small amount of red chips, and 12 machines making green chips, which require 17 machines making cable. So those we need to do locally. Hacking. Well, what you'd normally do if you're making a Factorio base is you'd install Hell mod or an equivalent mod, and you'd do it in game. You just like click a button here in game and it'll tell you how to do it. Because we're not allowed mods, I have to just tab out into a website that does it for me. The math is fun when you're so the first base we built, we did the maths. I did the maths in my head. We worked it out. We got the ratios. We did 1 science per second that way. This maths is no fun because we're using modules. So you have to factor in producing 10% extra of everything at 15% less speed. So, or actually it'll be 40% extra of everything at 60% less speed. So you have to apply those percentages to every recipe that you're doing. In addition to the base crafting speed being 1.25 and so on and so on. Use Excel. Well, Excel's the same as using the calculator. It's just you write the formula instead of someone else doing it. It's a waste of time if you're going to do that. Either you're going to do the maths yourself or you're going to plug it into a calculator. One way. Either you program the calculator yourself or you let someone else do it. And I'm going to let someone else do it because it saves me a hell of a lot of time. It's not 12 and 17 because some of those would be for the other chips. So we just need green chips specifically for speed module 1, which is 1.5. And then it doesn't give me the interesting. It's 1.5 green chips. It's not telling me how many. That's fine, we can work this out. If we're using 12.5 machines to make all of the green chips and we want 13% of them, we just need to know 13% of 12.5, which is 1.6, so 2 to 2 is what we're going to end up with. Yeah. So we're going to have 2 machines. We might as well put the other 2 up here. If we want to expand it later, I'm going to build them on separate rows, but we probably won't be expanding things later because we can't increase our inputs enough. But just in case, I will do the proper thing, put them on separate rows, and then the next row up is 5 tier 1s. next row up is 2.5. I did want to work that out, didn't I? So if we got 2.5 machines working at 1.25 speed is 3 1/8. So we'd need 4 and a awkward number tier 2 machines. That's not worth trying because it doesn't give us a nice better number or anything. We'll just do the 3 even though it's too much. 5, 3, 1. Yeah. That is speed module 3, that's speed module 2, and that's speed module 1. That's green chips. That's the cable to feed them, so we don't actually need to copy much over at all. We're all good here. They're going into there, and if it's 1-to-1, then preference is always to just run them into each other. Definitely don't need to balance the sides of the belt, but still, just for the fun of it. They're going into these. They also need red ones. And we'll output level 1s. Be red ones. It's going to be level 1s. Level 1s. Ooh. It's not great, they're a bit too close, but I don't want to do them differently. So these need blue and red, and this also needs blue and red, so I kind of want to run that like blue and red like that. I want those to output on this side, which we can't do. I think I've changed my mind, and we'll do it in one big long run because that's going to be neater. Then if we want to expand it later, we just have to tear it down and redo it, which isn't a big deal really. So it's 2 of them, 2 green chips, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 level 1s, 3 level 2s, and a level 5. They are green chips. They are level 1s. These are level 2s, and that's the level 3. So we're going to have copper coming in for that. We're going to have iron coming in for this. And the output of that. Really make a difference how that is. So that'll be the iron, that'll be the output. So iron in, output, and copper cables in. These need green in and red. They can output on that side. They are inputting into these. We are also inputting red, so that's going to be a red line. Then we need blues to go here, so we need blues there. Which come in there. Blue, iron, copper, red. They need to output somewhere, which is going to have to be here. So that they can input into there. And that will output into a box. We just need to make a small number of them for now, and then we're going to change this over to productivity modules. Is that... I think that's all right. Let's just connect the bits and then we'll see, I guess. So blue, iron, copper, red. There's blue. A second. Iron next. Just to come next line over. Let's go under those ones. There and then under there, so that's iron, copper next. Which is here. That's awkward. It needs to go on that row, but there's... So I can just shift that over one, it's fine. There's the copper. Very interesting that it's not flowing. Calculator said that this copper line heading into here would not use a full blue belt, but it is. It is needing more than a full blue belt, and we haven't put... of course. When we put the productivity modules in, it's actually going to slow everything down, so it will pull less off the belt while creating more goods, or slightly more goods. So that does make sense, actually, kind of. So we just need reds now. Up here. There we go. I've not got enough belt to connect these up, I don't think. Is a problem, but we can temporarily make do without putting belt everywhere. By setting up belt production next. Interesting, it's pulling 2 whole belts worth of copper. Oh, there's 2 outputs, of course. So they're pulling like an entire belt's worth off the first one, and it's not enough. And then an entire belt off the second one, and it's not enough. That's pretty cool. It'll be interesting how that changes when we put the productivity modules in. Let's just double check this is producing properly, and then well, it's not, because they're not getting enough copper. some of these belts that aren't actually providing a purpose at the moment, and we'll use them for something better. Now they've got copper. We've got everything coming in. They are making... That's not perfectly efficient. Without the modules, that's not very efficient. They will be complaining about copper cable, that's fine. They are making the tier 1s, which are making the tier 2s. This last machine shouldn't be working at perfect capacity anyway, because we only really need 2.5, so it would be expected to see that not running half the time. They are feeding in, and that will make the first module any minute now. But that's fine. It's a very slow process, that production chain, so it is working, though, is the point. We're not balancing this output, so they are not stopped. Where is halfway? 2, 4, 6, 6. It's here. Which is not ideal because there's inserters there. It's okay, I think. They're moving, it's fine. Good, there's things moving, being produced, working. Which is good. The base is actually like up and running again. Only making a few things, but it is up and running, so that's great. Things have a purpose. So belts next. Let's bring the calculator back up. I said we're going to do a quarter factory of each belt type. Which might be, I don't know, we could do like less underground in order to make more normal belt, because that's, we would probably need that. How about if we do half a factory of normal belt anyway? We can do that with our inputs. They'll require 3.8 belts and we've got 4, so we're going to do half a factory of blue belt, a quarter factory of underground and splitters. So let's load that up. Half a factory of blue belt first, which is 75 per minute. You can't productivity them, most of them, right? Oh, you can do them. It's fine. Interesting stuff. So we're going to need half a factory of blue, half a factory of red, a third of a factory of yellow. That's all impossible. You can't intentionally hamstring them. So we could probably do with using the slower assembly machines. It's not perfect. A blue machine isn't half of a yellow machine, but it's closer. So we'll use a blue machine. So what is a tier 1 machine is 0.4, so that's too little. So we're going to do yellow belt in a tier 1, red and blue in a tier 2, tier 1, and then tier 2 I need to just grab some steel to make. And the gears to supply them will be done in a tier 3. See here already the machines on the corners are not outputting properly. The supply looks full, so yeah, it must be that the modules make a significant difference there, which we will find out. Okay, let's extend the grid. Can I get this in the right place? Let's try. There. It is. Good. This is going to be half a factory of gears for tier 1 belt, yellow belt, 4.5 factories making gears, so let's call it 5 making gears for the second tier, and 9 making gears for the third tier. So I'd quite like to do a row of gear machines and then the other stuff all in one row as well. So start the gear machines like this. So one for the tier 1 belt, which is going to be done in it used the tier 1 to make the next tier 2. Silly me, that's why I can't find it. It's going to be done in that. Then we need 4.5, so let's do 5. It won't hurt in making the gears. They're going to do 1 factory of red belt. And then 9 sets of gears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can do that there if we just remember, which I won't, so let's not. Don't trust myself to remember anything. And they're going to feed another blue machine doing that one. Good. Okay. These are just going to need iron. Can we do it on a single belt? Yep. 1 belt of iron will be fine. Let's pull that off now and try and pick up some pieces to actually place them. Next one over. It's not what I wanted. Don't think we can really strip much of that back at all. Fill my inventory with this rubbish either. We may have to. There we go. We're not going to use the coal for anything for a very long time, so let's strip that back. We are already using the plastic and sulfur. Stone won't be used for a long time either. Neither will the stone brick. We're unlikely to need... Oh, it looks like we might not need 2 whole belts of steel anyway, so could strip one of them back. Let's. See if that's enough. So we'll be able to throw all the rubbish we're picking up now away though. I don't think I'll throw the steel away though. It may fill our inventory in, but we'll see. We'll live with it for now. It's another 263 belt we can use to start making belt. Over on that underground as well. Didn't notice that. We'll run back and get more of that because we do have that spare. Kind of wish we'd kept the temporary concrete production running a lot more, because we could have put that road in and sped these journeys up quite a lot. No big deal, we're not in any rush to run around, but this is as interesting as carrying on with the building. We have another 100 undergrounds. While we're here, let's grab another 50 splitters too. That should have enough of those to get the production of those up and running too, I would expect. Everything's backlogged again in certain spots. Interesting. We have produced 14 modules already. So that's iron flowing in. Put that into every one of these machines. And then connect them up. This also needs iron plates. Do we split off again? Or probably just take a line from this one because it's not going to use much. What does the calculator say is going to be used? 0.1 of a belt with 7 of a belt. So yeah, it shouldn't be an issue ultimately. And then this one's outputting for that one on its own, so we'll run them into each other like that. That belt goes into that machine along with the output of these 5. Which probably will need their sides balancing. Won't make a difference now, but might later. That's then going to output into that machine. I don't know whether to move them closer. Nah, shouldn't need to. Nah. We'll run it in the same fashion as the other one. The output of these 9, which we will balance there. Runs into that one, and it needs lubricant, which do I want to change? probably easiest to run it up that way. So I'm going to move that up one actually. The storage tank like so. Bring lubricant in up this way. Which is, so that's the road, and the lubricant runs next one over. All that good in again. A little bit further. Okay. Need a few above ground bits, don't we? That might as well be. One there, then this is where it's going to be, yeah. Which we want a distance from the bottom. Like we did with water. Which, thinking about it, means I could have just lined them up with those water ones, but never mind. So it's going to be there. Which, because it's one up, I guess would... not there. There? No. Two between them. That one there. Would be offset. I think it's easier though for spacing belts and stuff if we force them to align there. Yeah. Is that... No, that's where the maximum length actually is. That would be there, so let's send that under. Can't quite reach there, so I'll do that above ground. Might be a good spot to put a pump if one is needed. Okay, let's turn around the corner. I wonder where the road is going to be. Then we'll be making the same journey as we did with the water, which I'm not sure we got enough piping for, so let's start crafting some more. Be just about enough. We're going to do that, so it's there at the moment. It's running out that way. We've not really got any other options this side. We can put it next to the left of the water, but then it needs to move over with the water there, which would be awkward. So I'm more inclined to kind of leave it running up the edge that it is running up. Hello, hello. What is this? Upgrade my channel. It's spam. Yay. Goodbye. But thank you for stopping by anyway. I run it up where those lights are. Probably not. Move it over first. We'll align it like it is the other end here. So that's where I want it to go, under this span of road. That. find a way of getting it from over there to over there, which that point maybe? No, it's a bit messy. I don't like that. Well, we will come down to here. Send the coal under there. Connect it like that. Yeah, happy with that. So the lubricant is in a big tank down here, hopefully. Yep, lots there. Then, interesting. So it's only at 40 out of 100 as it leaves the tank, even though the tank's pretty full. That's probably best to put a pump on the tank to start measuring from. We put one there. You can see how far that goes. So let's increase the pressure to 97 on the corner. Dropped again. What's the cause of that then? All the lubricant has left that. I see. We've like shoved it all the way up the pipes. Makes it hard to see the pressure. We just want to see something comparative. So it's currently around the 70 mark. It suddenly drops below that. Well, I mean, the fact that it emptied that tank out, so just that one pump is going to send it all the way. In my mind, I'm not entirely savvy about how the system works. It seems to have maintained the same pressure the whole way here so far, so seems likely. Yeah. Maintained it all the way to the tank this end. Wonder if there's obviously some sat in the pipe between here and there, so is the best practice perhaps to put pump on that end and a pump on this end, flush it all the way through, all the way up here, I guess, don't know. Just need to move that inserter over. And we are making blue belt, which is another thing that can just go into a chest and fill the whole thing. So that's approximately half of a, or will be approximately half of a machine's worth when it's got the modules in. Which are slowly, I mean, these ones are slowly being made. It's the, after they're sorted, we need the productivity ones made instead. But there we go. There's that sorted out. We can do underground next. It's wrong. Got some lights in the wrong place. Got some poles in the wrong place. Okay. Get those ones sorted out and then try and copy paste them again. Carry on with the grid further north. Do for now. So same kind of idea. Back to the calculator. We're going to try and do as close as we can to a quarter factory of underground blue belt, which is 18 3/4 per minute, which, well, yeah, is going to be more than fast enough for our purposes. We need to make red underground, yellow underground, yellow belt. Yeah, fractions of a factory of each. So 0.2 of the tier 3 factory is, yeah, like they're going to be grey machines. all the way for the belt elements. The gears, so they're not needed for the yellow underground, they're needed for red underground and blue underground and the yellow belt. So we need, again, a grey factory for the yellow belt, 5 normal factories for the red and 9 normal factories. So it's actually similar to what we got below. It's just that the first one could be a grey machine. It's going to be fine there, like on the next one. Shouldn't have an issue there. 1 of them, 5 of them, and then 9 of them. In fact, why don't I copy paste this whole setup like that. That's a good start of what we're up to. Some iron plates to handcraft with. Let's just grab what we got here. And use grey machines to make the different stages. That's going to be yellow belt. Yellow belt feeds into yellow underground, which doesn't need gears. Feeds into red underground, which does, and then blue underground. You can't do in a tier 1 factory, not allowed. Don't get the liquid input on the tier 1 factory. We'll do the same with that actually. Move it up 1 so we can face it towards where the lubricant comes from. I guess that's a reason not to pump into that tank, because we're going to need to also pull into this one. Interesting. Not sure how we'll deal with that. Sure, we'll look at that in a minute anyway and find a solution. We're running out of belt again, but we're actually making belt, so that's not so much of a problem. Run out of blue inserters. I think we've still got some of them in. We do. Haven't factored them into our layout. Maybe we should also set up blue inserter with all of the with next to all the belts that we're doing here. Let's add it to the list and see. Not terribly expensive. Again, we're going to do like half a machine. That will leave our iron consumption at 4 belts exactly. So pushing it to its limit, but I think if we're making belt, we'll want inserters made. I have too many needed to handcraft them all. I reckon. So we will do that. We'll do finish off underground, then do splitters, then do blue inserters. But for now, we need to actually go and grab some blue inserters. Spares we've got. Might as well connect this iron as we're over here. Back from there, that's the spot. Okay. Down and grab those inserters and then run back up again. Okay, we've actually got a lot. Still probably not enough I think I will set up production of them as well. Is there anything else we should grab while we're here? A few more poles. I think everything else is in hand already. Okay, back up to the top. Connect these bits up and work out what I've forgotten. I think we need to bring iron plates to that underground as well, so we'd split off another one. Pull it from the next one that we bring in for the let's do this for now, and we may change it when we do the next row for the splitters. They may have iron coming in right here, in which case we'll tidy that up a bit. That can go there actually. Running directly at them, so this needs to output and input to next door. That inputs into there, which needs to put in 40 iron gear wheels every 2 seconds. It might struggle with that, but we'll see. And they need inserting how we did on the other side. That needs inserting there. Need 2 inserters to get them in fast enough, maybe even 3 for now. And then yeah, we need the lubricant to come in. So I can split it off again up here and put the pump there instead. Seems sensible. Or we can just jump over between this tank to that tank, which doesn't really fit with the busing mechanic or concept, so I'm going to do that. Put the pump on this stretch here instead. And then continue it upwards. Put it in the right space up here as well. Like that. Should start making undergrounds, which it does. Good. Good, fine, we'll carry on. Next one is splitters. It's the last of the belt types, so we'll get that in too. Let's look at our numbers for that. Same concept, we're going to do a quarter factory's worth. Need to do, again, yellow belt, then yellow splitter. That into red splitter, that into blue splitter. Same machine types as we've just done, really, will be fine. Just need fewer gear wheels because we bring electronic circuits into the mix instead, so same for the first, but then only 2 for the next ones, so I'm going to need 1 of them and 4 of them. So that's going to be there, there and there in the same fashion, and that one's going to be over somewhere else. 2 of them there, then 2 of them there. I guess that would be there at that point, but we also need to make the green chips here, which is we need 4 copper cable machines and 2. That's interesting. We did 2 to 2 down here. This is telling me to do 2 to 4. no different conceptually, as far as I can tell, to get the green circuits. Just how the fractions worked out, perhaps, like the rounding up that I did. 2 gear factories, yeah. Well, really, we could do 3 gear factories between the both of them. Like that. Hopefully. The red splitters and the... Ah, I see. The blue splitters don't need green circuits, so they need red ones, which are going to bus in. The red splitter is the only one that needs the green circuits, and it needs... No. I'll get the wrong thing there. The yellow one also needs the green circuit, so yellow and red both need green circuits. They need 1.8 in total. Ah, I see. Yeah. We need to take 51% of 3.6 machines, which is 1.8, so it's 2. It is 2 to 2, like we did before. I don't think we can split that between the different types easily, because there'll be 1 and will be a half and a not worth doing. So we're going to have this a little different to the other ones. We usually have them sequentially heading up, but I think in this particular case it's better to put the thing in the middle. So here we'll put the copper cable, the green chips. These are still gears. This is yellow belt, yellow splitter, red splitter, blue splitter. Like so. They're going to have iron in, gear wheels out, gear wheels into there, those out and into it, that into there, and yes, iron also needs to come up here, which we need to split off anyway, so we might as well do the same thing rather than joining these together. Do the same thing and have the new split off. Send a little bit up here. They go into those 2. Yep. Also need to get them into there. And into there. Them into there. And those over to there. Those into a chest. So we've actually got the robo network up and running. We can perhaps change those chests into logistics ones at the other end, and then we can request the things to be delivered to us if we're around. It's a small, nice thing, I suppose. So he's getting everything he needs. He's getting everything he needs. Okay. So we just need to sort this out. It's going to be awkward. Very awkward. It's kind of... Because we can't insert from there. If we... we do that, cut that back one. Put that in there. Out that side. In there. He also needs iron. There we go. That should work. So we need to bring copper in here too. That's going to be copper. That's going to be iron. Let's go grab the belts from the chest and start placing them out and stuff, I guess. 377, they're being made pretty quick. Oh, at least fast enough that I'm happy with it. Doing only half a machine's worth or whatever they're currently doing is going to be a weird number because it's the maths is based on having the modules in. Okay, connect these up. Can actually do a copy, can't I? That's iron. I'll copy the copper. Well, I kind of can if I no, because the lights don't line up. That's annoying. Never mind. Just do it by hand instead. No big deal. That should be the copper one coming off of here. Done that wrong. Ah. It's just that line that's wrong. That one too. Oh, no. What have I done here? It's where the line runs, so this is pulling off at the wrong manner. Should be like that. That would run forward. There we go. We'll fill in the missing belts in a bit. We're probably producing enough to do so. It's not really a concern. Just not a priority either. But we'll do that in a second. So that'll bring the copper in. We should get green chips. They should come over. We are missing red chips, aren't we? That should at least make these ones, yeah. Then red chips and lubricant. No great spot to bring the red chips up through, like under there would be best. Can't really reorganise this side to make that possible, can we? Not really. It is probably doable. Yeah, we can. If we... no, because we need the iron for over there, we can't. That's fine. Can't do what I had in mind. So how about under here? That's just right. Red chips off there. Where are they currently? They're in the next one over. There's red chips connecting. Splitting off. Coming under. Come out here. And then, yeah, just need to connect the lubricant up in the same as before. There, and then up from here. There we go. That should be everything needed to make. No, I need an inserter, or a bunch of inserters here. 10 gear wheels, it's not so bad. That's fine, it's making blue splitters. So we're making blue splitters, blue undergrounds and blue belt. Let's grab some more of that. I'm going to go get the undergrounds and splitters that we put into storage down south and bring them up and put them in these chests to have them all in the same place and cause a backlog quicker, because most of the time they're probably going to be backlogged, those production chains, which will actually increase the resources available for other things. I've done that wrong like I did before, didn't I? That should be there, like so. Prioritising left. Good. So the next thing to put in will be blue inserters. Don't think I can carry all them up at the same time and save a trip. We'll have to come back for them as well later. All of them. No. Can I dump off anything I've got here? Not many more I need to fit in. We get rid of brick, coal, random sticks and gears, random bit of plastic we're not using. Let's try that. Yes, I can. Good. Okay. Do these as well, can't I? Don't need to, I guess. And we get them when we need those ingredients, actually. No rush to get them moved anywhere currently. We've got there 57 modules ready. Be slow, but it's okay. We're getting there slowly, but happening. Okay, so next row we're putting in up here is the inserters. Let's look at the maths on them. Find them in the list. There we go. So plan again is to do half a factory's worth if we can, which is a blue factory. 3 copper cable, 3 green chip, 1 gear, and then a blue factory of yellow inserters, blue factory of blue inserters. 3, I'm going to leave a gap there, I think. So 3 cable is going to feed into 3 green chip. There will be 1 gear. Cable. And that feeds into some fashion. Yellow inserter that takes iron plate, wheel and circuit. So it's going to be a little messy. That's the same iron plate circuit, but it takes the inserter instead of the wheels. So if we move those wheels down to here instead. We only need in the first stage. We need iron for all of that and those. We need copper for them. And their output for those. Out, in. So that's going to be out. And something, and then in, like that. Both of those need these. Next one over. So they're going in there. Let's shift that over one. That can go out and in. So they've got in, and in. Iron in, gears out. Iron in, gears in, things in, just out needs to go between the two machines. So that's getting that in, getting that in, getting that in. Perfect. And that goes into a chest, which we're going to pre-fill with a bunch. Good. Grab more belt. $56 will do for a while. connect in. That is copper there and iron right next to it. Okay. Done here. Sent a bunch underground that didn't need to. These should be above ground. That one's underground because it's got a pipe in the way. That's fine. Went through the whole 150 belt pretty quickly there. Forgotten already. It's copper on the bottom, so that's copper. There, and that's iron there. Yep, that's fine. Let's copy paste. Oops. There. Go grab some more belt, fill them in. Can actually remove a bunch of these lights and poles that are not near anything. We're not coming anywhere near as far west as I was kind of concerned we might, with not knowing, you know, the ratios of stuff. This run, obviously, if they'd been on one row, would have gone over, but we could have slowed it down even more. So it does mean we've got space over the left side here if we need to do more chemical stuff. Like if that becomes necessary, we can do it over there without any hassle. More belt. It would be good to get the robots connected to a network. Let's handcraft a few more roboports we need. Grab some iron and make more, and so on. I've only got the 50 robots that live in my backpack at the moment. We might need to make more robots as well, which would take us a while. I might want to wait to make more robots until we're making yellow science again, because that's got frames in the ingredients. To that random chest of iron that's to the western. Pick it up to make some more ports. Run past it, of course. Not paying attention. It's okay in the inventory now. Okay. So what's next? If we've just done, we've done red chips, blue chips, modules. Red chips, blue chips, modules. Blue belt, blue underground, blue splitter, blue inserter. Stack inserters we'll just do by hand. We don't use that many. May need more when we module everything up, but I don't think that many. I think that's a whole bunch of things off the list. Yeah, so next will be solar panels and accumulators. Accumulators will be complicated. We need to make the batteries. That's fine. I mean, it's not that complicated, but a bit different. Fine. Solar panels, then accumulators. Then I think it's science. I think we'll have done all of the like side bits, and it'll be science packs that we start remaking. Interesting. The one that had to go underground for the pipe needs to go underground for a roboport as well. Kind of cool. That's right. They're complaining. Oh, missing belt, of course. Next one is in this gap. It's fine, we'll do the ones on the other side later, I guess. The green one. Oh, hello. Electricity's fine, it's just the roboport takes a minute to charge, right? Yeah. We may run out of power soon. We're especially prone to running out of power when we start putting modules in. We need to like quadruple the solar farm, which I'm not sure we're gonna do. We may look at sorting out some kind of nuclear option, if we can find a good spot for it. But this being the case, what I want to do is change those chests to passive providers. Yeah, I want to check my thought on that. No, construction area is the big one. Supply area is the small one. So we need to bring them, the finished goods, back over into that orange area. So where I'm stood is the earliest point, which isn't too bad for this one. There's no clear empty space for this one. I guess there would be best. These splitters. This is undergrounds. It's going to be belt. They're all okay. Then inserters. No great spot for that either. Build the next one in and put them there, it's fine. Good enough. Curious as to why they're not actually making any. I've forgotten something, I guess. Oh, these need filling in, of course. I had forgotten that. Quite have enough, okay. Go grab some more in a second. I'm just gonna get the next roboport in so it covers that chest there as well. That's good. Inclined to put a few robots in, a few of mine. Give them 10 in the network and 40 on me? No, let's give them half of my robots and I'll keep the other half. to request 200 belt, I guess. This is different to the last time I played. Requested amount. Robots would try to give it to me. Maximum amount. If I've got more, they'll put it away. Okay. Well, I want 200 and 200. 200 and 300. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Having read the tooltips. Good. Should we set up long-handled inserter creation? Go with no. We could, but I'm gonna go with no. We don't really need to put the other half of the roboport that goes on the right side until we've got the destination on the right side for things to go to, so we'll use the others to keep continuing this line for the time being. 75 modules are complete. I think we needed about 100, so leave that running for a little bit longer. Solar panels was next, so let's look at that. One full one, because I don't really use that much, was the general idea. A factory makes 7.5 a minute, which is relatively slow compared to the amount of electrical production we need to put into place. Okay. So we need 2 green ships fed by 2 copper cables leading into 1 assembly machine. 2 to 1. And then steel comes off the belt, so I'll leave a gap again for clarity. 2 to 1. Why not? So we copper in, iron in. Be easier, bit messier, but easier to do. Copper and iron in like that, and then out and in. Of course, I should actually go to the chest and fly these and construct them, because they're in the zone of the roboport. Interesting and nice. That is solar panel. Output of these. It's not great, but there we go. Yeah, why don't we run the iron straight? Input off there and output to the near side. That'll bring electronic circuits, and they need copper. Okay, that does change things. Does it change things? Not sure. This belt's got copper on it. Yeah, I want to run iron over there. And yeah, send this around, I guess. Don't want to use the long-handed inserters if we don't need to, so send that around. Go in, and that can go in like that. Little messy, but I'm fine with that. Then we just need steel as well. Guess we want there. There. That can be pulled off there, so steel at the top, iron there, copper at the bottom. Then they also want to output into the into the network. into the network only so that I can request them. We're not using roboports to build them out in the solar farm because there's no roboports out there. It didn't make sense. So yeah, we do want to bring the output away from here. So let's move these. Go that side. That'll go into that one. This will output down here into a passive provider there, which we need to make one. That's fine. Should be everything for there, so we need to hook up all these inputs. Which I can copy paste, can't I? Can I? Kind of. That one I can. Can't. That much I can. Here we go. And that's iron on the inside. That's not right. From that again. That's good. Better, at least. Good there. Run that this way. That's wrong. That's what confused me. Should be one to the left. That, so we just need steel on that last one, which isn't running up this far yet. Oh, we've got terrible radar coverage in this space. Steel's the outside of that run, the one next to copper. Yeah, so that's going to be like, then we'll do steel, I think. On those two, and then that's going to go that way. And the stone is going to go under. We need to place all this in, which is going to take a lot of belt. It's fine, we'll just place it and we'll get to work on it as the belt is produced. The corner, so let's sort that out. There. Let's take a look at how the belt production's going, because obviously we need a lot. 25 bots aren't going to carry it very quickly, so if there's a belt to spare, we can carry it. It's interesting they're not bringing it to me, I guess. Prioritising the construction, perhaps. Take that a little bit and let our bots do some of it. Not sure how much that helps, but you know. Otherwise we're standing around doing nothing. Well, we can start putting the ghosts in to make accumulators, I guess. While we're waiting for those things to be manufactured. Power grid. take it all the way up to where we put the next roboport in, I guess, and then get that coverage. This square. There we go. Okay, so same fashion, single factory making accumulators is more complicated, like I say, because of the batteries. So we need to go down and get some chemical plants to do that. Production itself is just iron plate and battery, which is fine. Battery is made with iron plate, copper plate, and sulfuric acid. So we're just going to be running 4 chemical plants making batteries, 1 making sulfuric acid. That's it. So it's mostly a chemical process. There we go. Oh, just noticed it's gone past 4 hours and I didn't even realise. There we so absorbed into the game. Let me run down and pick up the chemical plants so that I don't forget to get them. And then we'll take another short break and before we carry on building the bus ever onwards. It is definitely growing today. Northwards. It's not growing westwards anywhere near as much as I thought it might. Just the input that we're putting into the system is significantly more than we had before, but what we're going to get out isn't actually that much. I guess it's the production of things like the modules that require a lot of resources and are very slow and everything, so even so it will be a shame not to be producing 2 science per second. We're going to fill everything with productivity modules and still only just do 1 per second. Which we weren't doing before, but we were close to it. It's interesting to do such a major overhaul and end up a small distance ahead of where we were. We would need to expand our smelting to do any more, which isn't an option in the space we left ourselves, so didn't plan far enough ahead, I guess. Hopefully it's enough to get the achievements we're after. Then, you know, we do a new base, a bigger one, a better designed one. And there we go, you know. One with mods, if we get those achievements sorted. So yeah, it's been over 4 hours. I just need to stretch the legs again. Do those little healthy things. If you've been sat here for staring at your screen at the same amount of time, then I recommend you take a little break too. It'll just be 2 or 3 minutes and then we'll carry on building. I'll see you then. Hello there, back from my walk around. Sad to see that the robots haven't completely finished the base in my absence, but there we go. They're doing their best, I'm sure. They're filling in the gaps slowly. Good, we will look at accumulators while they carry on with that, or we'll just have a cough sweet. Okay, let's look at that ratio I said again. So, 1 machine making sulfuric acid, 4 machines making batteries, 1 making accumulators. So that's starting here. One to make sulfuric acid, 4 to make batteries, and 1 to make accumulators. So the output of this one's going into these ones, so let's flip them. It's a small amount we're using, but I do still like to have the tank. Like that, and then use that output. There we go. So that needs water, iron and sulfur. These need iron and copper. This needs iron, so they all need iron. These guys need copper. This guy needs sulfur and water. I don't have enough pipes for. Let's craft a bunch of them while we get these belt ghosts laid out. More of them. Still underground there, a bit weird. And there. Why'd that happen? Okay, so which one is sulfur? The last one is sulfur. Which again I don't have vision of. It's not going to be in the steel one, it's going to be the next one over. It's going to be, that's plastic, that's sulfur. It's one from the right in the one I'm stood in. So sulfur's going to run up there, like that. Stick will run under it. There. There is my preference. Bottom one is copper. Is here. Accidentally overwriting the splitters with basic belt, which it's a functionality that didn't exist when I played the game the most, so coming back to it with these quality of life improvements, but some of them I don't really, I'm not used to them, so I don't want them. There we go. When we get the belts and the robots build that out, we need a big long line to get the sulfur hooked up, so let's go put that into place. And see if the production has outpaced the robots. We can grab some from the chest and build in ourselves. Not really. That's fine. We'll leave them to it. should create the acid. That should do that. We just need the output to go into passive provider. Might want to move it, I guess, to be here. Move the... yeah. That's the iron input. That's not how we lay them out. It's not a good spot. No. An easy spot to work around, so we'll put it there instead. That's the iron input. That's going to be the battery input. That's going to be the output. Into the box it goes. Good. Set the recipe. So when we get those belts placed out, we will have solar panels and accumulators being created, which will let us gradually expand a solar farm. Perhaps not as far as it's going to need to be, but we'll see. We'll try. Go a lot further north than the base itself, perhaps. I don't know yet. That is, I think, the last item I put into the plan for... that isn't science. Is fine. Did just have a thought about concrete for the road. Haven't planned that in yet. That will probably take out iron consumption beyond what we're capable of. No, it's okay. Okay, let's do concrete then. Let's do concrete. That'll be the last thing. We'll just do one factory of concrete, and that'll be the last thing we do before we start doing science again. By concrete, I mean refined concrete. So. Set that up on the calculator to look at everything. We're just going to need to bring stone bricks up here. Iron ore needs to come up. Okay, we hadn't planned on that. We don't have spare iron ore. And perhaps don't have a slot on the belt to put it in, so I just need to check plastic and steel. We're curious about having two belts, so I need to check whether we need two belts for either of those. Full consumption for all of the things we're thinking of is a third of a belt of steel, so we can cut that down without any problems. Stick I can't see in this list, bear with. Plastic is 2/3 of a belt. It's interesting to me. I'd have thought we'd be using more in general, but it's fine. We will therefore just run one belt of plastic, and we'll put some iron ore up in the one next to it. Although, now that I've run down here, we do have space between the two coloured chips. We could run them up in this sector because we haven't used all of that. Let's do so. I want to move blue so that it's just directly adjacent to red. And with the splitter there, never mind. Oh, it wasn't coming this far north anyway. Never mind. Let's drag that back for now. Don't Don't waste any belt at the moment when we're short of it. Okay, so let's go one over, but we've still got another spare space there. And if we're only running one plastic, one steel, then we've got spare space there as well. My thoughts are to do the same thing that we did with the stone, in that we have this starter patch down here, which we didn't actually fully tap before moving on, so why don't we use this as our iron ore source just for making concrete with. Upgrade these posts while we're here. It's all good, and then yeah, extend that grid over the iron patch as well to work out where the lights belong. There, not there, there. It's probably good for the grid. I need to go grab the actual drill machines in here. We shot of lights, which is something we're just going to handcraft, but interesting that we've gone through them all so quick. These can go here. Really not going to use much. In fact, calculator should tell me, although it's combining, isn't it? The amount that we smelt and the amount we don't use. It's going to use half of a mining drill's worth, but we're doing this, we might as well do it properly and cover the whole patch and everything. Okay, so we'll run them down. This is going to be out of range of the roboports, so we're going to need to go and grab a belt to do this. Together, let's do it down here and run it alongside the stone, I guess, and connect it up into that line we left for it. It's interesting, I've done that wrong. This is interesting. I've put the pipes in the wrong place. So this is the square that should have this stuff in. The pipe should be in the next one up. Which means this is the corner one, which is where the roboport should be. So all the roboports should be down a space. And we've kind of started one too high. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, including the roboport. Ah, of course. The bottom one where I've put the iron should be a roboport level. So yeah, all of this should be one higher. Which I would like to do, so let's do so. Let's start with the pipes and do so. Correct that mistake. Can I easily, or even perhaps difficultly, cut this slot? I don't think I can do the bit where I've not got radar coverage. Guess we'll find out. Put that in the wrong place. Should be up here. fine. Let's do one thing at a time, I guess, and sort the pipes out first, and then sort the belts out after. Didn't do the instruction in the bit where we don't have radar, so there's the right spot. Still a few power poles here missing. Interesting. Fill them in while we're here. Okay, and then we need to re-space where these are, I guess. Start at the bottom. Up. Yeah, we'll go under there, that's fine. There we go, so they're reconnected. They're flowing. Gonna move all of these up one row. We're not carrying the belt to do, and I want that consumption to run so we can move this belt up. It's awkward because these are not all being consumed, are they? I don't think the coal is. I think so. I think it's like only going to be used for grenades, which we're not connected yet, and that plastic is only be taking from one side of the belt, which is interesting. That's where it's going to connect. Let's go put that in and then run back and forth a few times getting it sorted out, I guess. Okay, just I'm in no particular rush to get things done. We can wait for the belt to be made. It's just not particularly thrilling on a stream, I know, is all. I want to be doing things, building things. But, you know, it is what it is. It's part of the game, yeah, part of Factorio is taking your time somewhat. What have I done wrong here? Oh. I moved the pipe up to fix it because I'd done it wrong. I didn't move it up again to sort out the roboport, so that's all in the wrong place. We're still one spot below where we're supposed to be. That should be roboport. Iron, copper, steel, coal. Yes, yeah, it needs to come up another one. Silly me. There we go. Let's cut all of this as well. We don't want that getting filled in the wrong place. For now, let's keep heading over. That's all that as we go, and cut and paste this as we go. Cut. There we go. Move all this corner bit up again. fine, I think. Put that underground so I can run between it. They're actually going to come one further up. That's where the plastic's going to run. That's where the sulphur, that's for the coal, which is moving currently. That's fine. Sure, the plastic will move soon because that is being used quite heavily. It's that one. We need to go grab more underground belts from their chest, although we can. I don't think they're going to bring it to us because they prioritise the building from the looks of things, but we can at least put a request in. 52, no, 100 to 200. 100 to 150, we'll do that. We'll do the same with splitters. That'll do. And then that's going up there. No. No. This is still wrong. Am I driving myself insane here? This is the one for the iron ore, and yeah, I think that's what's confused me. The pipes were in the wrong place both times. This is the one where the iron ore and the chips are going. So the plastic should be in this one below it. Is the right one for it. They still need to move up 1. They don't need to move up 2. Fine. Go sort that out again. It's all good. Yeah, I just want to try and empty these belts a bit before we try and dig them up, which we can do with the coal if I bring it forward. Can't I? If I build this bit in, it'll clear the bit behind it when we get the belt to do so. Maybe a few lights and stuff, we'll let them do that. Up here. I haven't connected the water properly. Okay. That's fine. Water's coming in on the edge of this one, isn't it? There, everything, so that needs to go under again. And then we'll get the distance from below. Keep it equally distanced the whole way up. Missed that, that's okay, here it is. Go. See an inserter as well. Cool. Made some mistakes on that one. just join like that, that's fine. Okay, sulfuric acid is being made. Can't really see, it's not ideal, but I don't think it's a better option, that's fine. Batteries are being made, batteries go into accumulator, accumulator goes into storage, good. That's all fine. Is anything slowing belt production down, or are we all good? We're all good. And the parts are being built. There might be some way, because we've factored it in, including the modules that we're going to add later. There might be some way of temporarily producing them quicker, but I'm not going to worry about that. We'll let it tick along. This is produced the 100 I asked for, so we're going to change the recipes on all of these to make productivity ones instead. Although actually what I'll do is let them finish off with the ones they've got. Bringing that up and letting it flow, but we'll stop the tier 1 ones. Once I've picked up, I will feed back in. Finish up, and we'll grab those modules and set it running, making productivity ones. Plastic is drying up. Good. Let's put that where it belongs then, and we can dig up this old line. So that feeds into there. This is what we take away. Although this is now going to bring over. Oh, that one will be stone, so this one can go away. That sulfur is backed up to there as well, so we can dig all that out as well. Couple of slow robots there, we need to let them charge before they get lost. There we go. Connect these up where they belong. There we go. That'll keep things being produced if we can fill this in on our way back. It'd be possible if they use it to upset the robots for a little bit to make sure the plastic gets back into circulation, and then go pick them all back up again. Here we go. Yeah, that will be my next priority. Okay. We didn't keep enough. Okay, let's borrow from the sulfur line to move the coal line out of the way. Now it's going slowly. It's going good. We're just waiting for belts to be made, basically, which all of these need filling in. We've got robot coverage, so they'll do it, but they'll take their time. As belts are made, they're picking them up and placing them where they need to be. I did notice that these belts down here should be a whole section further north, so I'm now working on moving them all up one. To correct that, and when that's correct, we're then going to connect up a iron ore supply to make concrete with. Yes, that should get moving. We can go dig up some of the line back here that used to be coal and reuse that. It's interesting that can I get vision on that? Yeah. The plastic supply is not solid. One side of the belt is obviously being pulled off quicker than the other. Be due to where those machines pull from, but when these machines put them down, they're not filling the belt. If half the machines are not filling their side, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, yeah, so we don't even have one full plastic belt. We don't need more, according to the calculator. We don't even have a full one, so there's no point in trying to place two out. Whereas with the steel, we need less than one belt, but we are producing two, so we might as well belt the two around the place. Coal is not currently being used, so we want to borrow from that line to get the sulfur moving, because it is currently being used. There we go. That finished off with ghosts. Let's go grab some more undergrounds because we've run out in our hands, and the robots are obviously too busy to come and get them for us. Do. Doing here, we've moved them too far. Let me just send them back to the grabber. That's good. Grid's looking good now, yeah. The way everything's now pulling off the bus is nice and neat and organised. I'm happy with how it's building. Got a long way north still to go for all the science. That's fine. We are going to need a lot of bots, which maybe we should set up a spot for them. I doubt we can afford the materials for it. We'll see how it goes. We'll make the frames as part of science, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, so this guy, he's got 3 models in still. He's got none, so we want one more level 1 module. Feed into here. So empty my inventory of random blue modules and stuff. Go. So that will create one more of them. We're at 23. So we want 2 more level 2s. That's what we're missing. 2 more level 2s, there we go. It's fine. So that one's done. Which of course means my inventory's full of rubbish again. It's fine, we'll run back up this way in a minute, I guess. There's sulphur flowing again. Coal has shifted all the way up. Good. We can do something there then. We can cut this slot off. Being silly. 21, so 4 bots need to go back in. There we go. Silly robots. We should give them a single storage chest so they don't do this thing where they pick stuff up, they've got nowhere to take it and they just hover in the air forever. Do that on our way back. Give them a storage chest that they're permitted to use. Okay, so if that's moved over, then it's the stone one that needs to move up, yep. So this slot needs to go up to here. Then the steel that... no, that's wrong. That's where stone goes. That's where stone brick goes. Let's just grab that back up and destroy the brick. And then yeah, that steel is going to go. Let's remove that for now. While we tidy it up, that one's going to be there. That one's going to be there. Stone is going to go up. It's awkward. The iron ore's coming in next to it, which is not good. will come out. Oh no, that's fine. It comes out there and runs that way. Just need to go under there. That's fine. It's going to go all the way over there. That one's going to go there, and that's going to go up there. No problem. Just want to move. Oh, let's just dig it all up and destroy it. That's fine. Apart from the steel we're using very slowly, I think. Yeah, very slowly. Let's rid of all that rubbish. Here we go. Nice to clear that steel through. So for now, I'm going to cut that there and let it roll for a while. Let's get the iron ore where it belongs. It's there. Stone and stone brick, that's fine. Do that for now, so we won't ghost it in yet. They're not moving anymore because this is done. Just need to give it the last two that we handcrafted to make the numbers right, and then we can switch all these recipes over. So that's going to now be productivity 1. That's going to be productivity 2. And this is shortly going to change to productivity 3. Go. Take those out again. But those random ones we've been holding on to in there already. Just stack up a huge number of them. Well, we won't because it's so slow, but we'll allow it to stack up a huge number. Because every machine making an intermediate product needs one, which is a few hundred machines taking 4 each. These ones belong in the smelting. Where did we get to? Part way up here, wasn't it? Yeah, there we go. So we'll keep filling these in. We don't need to speed module the stone smelting because we just don't use that much of it. There's no way we're going to use that much of it, so that will do. They're all moduled up. We got 56 spare ones with nothing in particular to do with them. Could put them on the pump jacks. Don't need to, I don't think. Definitely don't need to. That's a lot of crude oil. That's despite us doing the maths and getting the right number. Oh, it's because the output's full. It could change when we start making stuff, I guess. Why don't we? You can put it on the pump jack, that's good. Won't hurt us to do that. We're still only around half of our current power production, and we are now up and running making solar panels and accumulators again, so we can expand it quite easily. That is a radar I placed recently, yeah. We should place some more radars out in the bus and the production areas. picture and don't run into the train tracks. For those spare modules, we just put them down here. If we think of some sensible place to put them, then we can. Coffee's not well. No, it's not. It's been, what, like 4 weeks now? 3 or 4, I think. Won't go away. But it's happening to a lot of people at the moment in the country, and especially in my town. It's something that everybody's got. I'm forgetting something. I think we're good. Let's put a radar in. Can't place one radar to cover the whole bus, so we're going to have to do 2. One on this edge where the roboports isn't bad. So we'll put one below here above the roboport is okay, so let's send that underground. Put radar in like that corner of it. To the top and do the next one. Place the radar up here to continue it. Down here to be in line with the other one. Doesn't matter. Put it up here. Similar fashion to the other one, just above a roboport, which is nice. And then the other one, I guess we only really need to put it on the rows where we've got buildings. Doesn't make sense to get radar coverage of a blank open space we're not building in. So I'll just come down and put one where we're making the red circuits at the moment. Try and cover some of the bus that runs south of there as well would be good. So it should be doable if we just get one over here somewhere. And there is okay. There is too far north, so let's go with there. We have acceptable coverage of everywhere we have built something, which is good. The steel isn't really shifting. We still need to move the iron and the copper up one. Nothing I can do to accelerate the steel moving, don't believe so. It's already running to the top. No, let's just scoop it all up. Throw it in that random chest full of steel we got around the place somewhere. That should connect in there instead. And then these are going to become copper lines. Let's cut that one to here. Didn't quite work how I wanted. repair it. There we go. Let me just disable those back there for a second. That can come out. Up to there. I don't want the Roboport robots picking up iron because they'll be stuck forever. Let's go scoop it up. There we go. We want to remove... Well, let's let the copper flow past and then we'll cut some of these out. And they're also only pulling from one side of that. Difficult to build a production hall that inserters grab from an equal number from each side of the belt. That would be difficult. Okay. And what can we do? We can rotate them into each other to get them to move quicker. Apparently not. They're getting there. Here they come. That one's sorted. That one. It's all stopped. Interesting. That happened. Oh, I see, because the amount coming off here has changed, yeah. The way everything's balanced out means it's just stopped. Someone doesn't have the bit they need and the whole thing grinds to an end. Interesting. We're all good down this end to sort that out. There we go. And that one will be connecting up here. That. So now we just need to connect them where they come out of the smelting areas. So this one needs to head up a little further before it turns. Don't just drag that anymore, can you? I keep forgetting. There, so that's iron reconnected where it should be. Supposed to have a splitter there. Dig up all of that. There. Steel needs to go under there. Robots have come. I'm moving. this all needs the same kind of deal. Cut this middle bit out. It's there. You connect in there. Random chest of steel is just there, so let's throw this lot in. Let's come back in. A few more bits to build there. That no longer needs to go under because there's no one else there. There we go. Copper is flowing again properly. Yeah, everyone's where they should be, and there should be a Roboport there. Yeah. Good. If we've got, we've got some spare belts, so we can come build this lot. Let the robots do it. Run out. Okay. Still need to get some more belt and get down here. Our leftover drills away, and chemical plants for now. It's a few more things before we need to do any more chemical plants. There are some needed in the science chains, but not the first ones. Drills are there. Good. Carry the rest around. Because I built that Roboport, they're coming to build it. That's nice. I'm going to grab these belts to build the ones that are out of range of the Roboport, and then they can fill in the gaps as stuff comes available. Just the bottom two that it can't reach, so if we grab them again. Need to build that one ourselves. So that's fine, and then yeah, the Roboport can finish off the rest of that. Throw that one random iron ore away into here. Okay, so we finally fixed the mistake down there. Everything's where it belongs. We've got iron ore flowing on this belt a bit, but enough. We can go and put concrete on the top of the production chains. Okay. So concrete, I've got that open. One machine making refined concrete, 1.5 making concrete. A grey machine making sticks. So 1.5 is a bit awkward. Half of 1.25 is 2/3 ish, little under. So if you add that to this, you're looking at just under, more than 2 blue machines. Right. We want 1.4 by the 1.25 speed. We're trying to get 1.75. And 2 blue machines would just be 1.5. So we could use 4 grey machines, but just do it imperfectly then. Clean start here. So 2 making concrete, 1 making refined concrete. 2 making concrete, 1 making refined concrete, and a little one making sticks as well is needed. Which can go, yeah, on this side, I don't mind that. Sticks. Refined concrete. Concrete. Okay, so that needs the iron ore and the stone brick and the water. So iron ore and stone brick. Stone brick and water. Yeah, this one needs the concrete, the water again. Iron stick and steel plate. So iron stick is like that. Which needs iron. We can, let's put the it's awkward, isn't it? It's always awkward. This is the one spot where my layout doesn't work very well at all, is because the liquid inputs are in the middle of the assembly machine. And you can't face them sideways because that's where my power poles live, so you end up blocking the entire side of this out. Can't put any inserters there, any short-handed inserters there. So he does get that one on the end to put the steel in. These guys need an output, so it's going to have to be a no, not necessarily. It could be, I mean, we can do long-handed out there, or like that's probably preferable, and then in there. Probably not too bad. Other than it produces 10 with each completion of the recipe, and they only hold 2 per inserter, so might want to do that and double up. Need to get the steel over, so that's the steel. Sticks are in. Do we use trains? Yes, for the initial supply at the moment. So, for example, over here you've got coal mines. They feed into a train network that comes back to the base. And likewise, there's like an iron mine, copper, iron and stone. So it's quite minimal at the moment. Just one of each thing, really. How much coal iron ore can you put in a wagon? It's 2,000. Like you can see on the right hand side of the screen now, it says storage. 40 out of 40 spots and 2,000 individual units. So it's 40 slots is what the number is. Obviously different things have different number of items per slot. I keep forgetting this map screen on OBS gets captured really badly. You get really weird black solid lines around the outside of the screen, which is not how it looks to me. So I saw that on one of my VODs at some point. I was like, whoa, that's weird. Okay. Iron ore and stone brick in, and water. So that one's good, and it outputs to here and inputs to there. So he's getting concrete, water, iron stick, and steel. Iron stick is getting iron, that's fine. So we just need the concrete output, which I don't necessarily want in the logistics network. It doesn't need to be carried by bots anywhere. And it's 1 square outside anyway, so the perfectly awkward position. Could put it into the network and request it, but it's such a high quantity item, it's kind of like more often I'm going to be running over here with an empty inventory and grabbing the whole lot at once. Okay, so iron, steel, iron ore, and brick. Other way round, brick then iron ore. This first one is iron. Doesn't need to go under that. Does need to go under there for those things. Yeah, and those, yeah, good. One more. That's where iron is going to come from. Ah, light's in the way. Is it? Yeah. Bring iron in. Next one is steel, which is there. Good. After that is stone brick, which is one of these. Yeah, the one next to steel. Okay, that's fine. That's there. And then the last input is iron ore, yeah, which is only used for this, so we don't need to split it. It can just feed straight in like that. Good. That'll start making concrete, which is something. Ah, no, water. Of course, water. Let's find the water line and bring it up. There it is. Nearby, thankfully. Now that's all the ingredients for this. So we'll have reinforced concrete being created as well. Let's go fill in this corner. I see that's not quite been built yet. That, I'm pretty sure, is the last non-science thing that I want to build. I did end up adding a few bits and pieces, but I think we're there now. Then we have one last look through all the items. Medium electric poles we'll do by hand. No need to set them up. I mean, you know, you could set everything up, but it's not that kind of build. I wouldn't do that without mods. Yeah, everything on that page we'll do by hand, though we're not already doing. Sorry for that. Yeah, same here. We won't need more furnaces. We might need more drills if we need bigger input of stuff, but we can always like pull off to a random place to create them temporarily. everything else is part of the science, really. I guess cliff explosives maybe, but we can do that over in the chemical area if we need to. I'm happy, I think. Yeah, okay, so... need to actually bring the bricks up here. So there's a straight section here missing. Then we start making science packs, I guess. That's the next thing to do. Which is good. That's pretty good. Where are we? 5.5 hours in. I think we made good progress today. Getting all of this built. None of this was here when we started, so... yeah, doing good. Okay, so let's do them in order. Red pack first. Their aim is to do 60 units a minute. It's going to be half a factory of gears to 4 factories of science. So we could use a blue one for that, because half of 1.25 is, yeah. So we can start on the next row, which is here. Oh, we can productivity science. That wasn't loaded in. Interesting. Okay. That might change the ratio. Productivity to science. We would need more machines. Crazy. What would be the benefit? Tell. Oh, it's because I'm because I'm no longer working on number of factories. I'm working on items coming out per minute. That's why it changes everything. It's interesting. We may have it's fine. We know I've done the right thing because I was kind of pacing everything to the number of iron belts we've got available. We may not be making as much, but it's still correct. So we don't want to productivity the science. What about the science ingredients? They don't matter on this one. Let's take them away. No, it's the same. Yeah, I guess without beacons, productivity is actually bad for you because of the way it slows you down. It creates extra items, but it slows you down, so you need the beacon to speed you back up. Either way, it's roughly the same number. 1 making gears, 4 making red science. So we need iron into there, copper into there. That's going to spit out gears, which are going to feed in. Output red science packs. What do we... Put the iron there. Copper, then iron. That's going to feed there, and that's going to be the output. And the passive provider. Oh, we need to go get some red chips or plastic. We'll print that one, can't I? That can go there. Well, actually, I think best if we try to align all of the chests closer to the road. I would prefer if we did like that. Move this one down as well. Fine. Got some red circuits when we're here, so we can make some more. There you go. Service for a while. Let's move this one too. Express splitters. Is that, and then there is that one, so that we want to send under there. Another one there for the belt. No, we've got tons of stored up there. Okay. Also see my trash is filled up, which is awkward. I can't move it manually from my trash to that box. So I kind of need to disable that, don't I? Doing that, change it to infinite, tick the button, there we go. That won't put it in my trash slots then. We don't have enough bots really to be emptying that kind of stuff out. That amount of stuff out. That it that's in the network? Yeah. Belt, underground, splitter, inserter, solar panel, accumulator. I'm leading out still, but let's at least bring it in line with the road. Consistency. So not actually being created yet. Let's... Not getting the brick in yet. I guess I haven't finished making that road yet. We will come over and do some of it for them. Going. That road is flowing. Well, I've confused those two robots, haven't I? Good. Bricks should split off and come over. Go. It's making the base concrete. Which is yeah, spit out and put into making the reinforced stuff. See how many modules we've made as well. 49, not bad going. Yeah, good. Refined concrete being made. That can probably be improved with stack inserters actually. Except we can't get out of these machines with stack inserters unless we juggle things around a bit. A lot. We won't worry about it. Hopefully we'll get infinite research going and get the get those inserters holding more items each. Okay, so this needs its copper and iron connecting. With the bottom and iron above it. That's copper and then that's iron. Few more bits of road, here they come. It's there. Finish that for them, there we go. That'll start making red, so we should go. We'll keep things organised as we go. So grab all the leftover reds we had from the previous base, throw them into that box. Then we can move on to look at green science. It's not much point in setting the lab up until we've got all the colours, because I don't think we've got much research we can do that doesn't need all of them. Do green, then we'll do black, might as well. We won't do much military research, but we might as well get it included. Okay, so let's grab all the red. Yeah. There's no green, remember that when I've finished making the green, we don't need to come and get them. There's only 18 red anyway, never mind. Still keeps things organised, which is good for my mind. Just to see the base moving. How's power? Can't tell because it's night time. Accumulated charge is pretty low, so I hope it's turning into daytime now. That's okay, yeah. I think we will soon need to expand the solar farm very soon. We'll certainly need to do it before we start putting modules into this production, because that's going to increase the consumption a lot. We should limit this. Don't actually want that many research packs up here. Let's try with it limited to 1 stack for now. Then we'll see. Okay, that's red sorted. Let's look at what we need to do to make green science in the same volume per minute. So assume we're looking at the same thing. I don't want to put modules in because it require more factories and we're not beaconing. We're not planning on beaconing. That's fine. Would mean So if we module the science, it reduces the ingredients we need to put in, which aren't particularly a challenge at this level, so it might be worth doing it for the higher level science. We need like one making gears, then a blue one making belt, blue one making inserters, 1-to-1 cable and electronic circuits. So one gear, one cable, one electronic circuit. That's a good place to start. One gear, one cable, one electronic circuit. They need iron, that needs copper, and to feed into there. Then they are going into 2 blue ones. That all feeds into 5 to make the green things themselves. That's copper, that's iron. Put them there, or do we need to budget all up one maybe? Swap them. That is still... No, that doesn't help. We need to swap them as well. That is iron and that is copper. They need to feed into each other, and that needs to come out. Can probably share a blue belt, most likely. Probably. That. This is making yeah, transport belt inserter. Both need the iron plate as well. Is that the best? Otherwise we put one of these on a long-handled inserter, which I don't think is best. The size of that they can definitely share. I was expecting these to be bigger, I guess, then I wasn't expecting to module them, so... Interesting, at least. The lab will probably go here, like where the science starts. Not sure what we'll put in that gap, but... Because we could fit a whole smelting thing in that gap, in theory. If we did want to add more iron at the top. These both need to output. They can share a belt as well, I guess. They are the input to there. Do the same as the other one, so chest is there. Science goes into it. Ah. We've reached forest. Interesting. Cool. Let's go find our grenades. Pretty sure we kept some somewhere. Grab any belt on the way past, if there is some. Yeah. Just over 200. Pretty sure we put some grenades in one of these. Yeah, there it is. 800 grenades. Might be enough. Oh, I guess we're doing black science next, so we will have a grenade source in there. That's fine. We will probably need to clear out some of the forest above the solar farm as well in order to expand that soon for more power. Yeah, I'm not sure that accumulator charge is really going to be lasting long enough for the foreseeable future. We'll clear this out first, the actual stuff that's in the way of the bus and the production chains. It's some distance to work in for a bit. Let's clear some of this edge out as well. I guess we just see what gets in our way and we clear that out as well instead, whatever. Get these few straggly bits on the way back down, and then we'll look at black science and what we need to do that. That's a good spot. Do this for a while. Let's see where the next roboport should go. There. Good. Let the bots do the actual constructing of these power poles and lights and stuff. We might run out of lights. Set some to handcraft for a while. Sure, there's more poles left in the chest, so that should be okay. Sleepy robot. There we go. Need to actually connect these, don't I? That's what I've missed here. I need to connect iron and copper. That's all. They go here. Same as here, actually. Can I, if I'm lucky, just copy this whole... It's fine. Oops. If I click them in the right place, it'll be okay. Should get that up and running. That's good. 2 of the science packs done. Except I've run out of... No, I haven't. Oh, they're probably being built by robots that are flying a long way, so my ones aren't going to do them because they're reserved by these ones coming up now. Okay, that's fine. Although they obviously need to recharge because they're coming a long way. Good, fine. So yeah, Black Science is the next one to set up. I'm just going to take another quick break with it being 6 hours in. I don't expect to go the full 8 hours tonight, just to be frank, viewership isn't big enough to make it worth making myself tired. So I've had a good time, but we won't push too late. I'll have another quick break now, and then we'll go for maybe another hour or so, putting in more of the science packs and keep going up with the bus on this side here. So yeah, another 2-3 minutes to stretch my legs and all that, and then I'll see you after. Hello there, I am back from the break. Let's take a look at this next one then. Oh, I've done something silly here. Let me fix that. And they're not running, so I've done something even sillier, haven't I? I've put them the wrong way round. That's what I've done. I can see that. So we won't do the next one quite yet. Let's just take that away and don't think I'm going to be able to work out how to cut and paste that one, so let's just cut and paste this one. Try, yeah, that's right, there, I did cut enough away. To there, it's good. That robot's done a silly. Sort this out, then I need to feed him back into the system. There, okay, good, and then here. They've got 23 robots in system, yes, only 2 of mine, yeah. There we go. I need to scoop all this in order to get the correct ingredient coming through. Oops. It's better. That's going to make the green chips, and then they're going to share with the... Seems fine. Yeah, I think that'll work out okay over time. That's fine. So yeah, green science is going into the network. Let's limit that like we did the other one to 1. There we go. That one is sorted out. Okay, so if black science is the next one, sequence, we are looking at 4 factories for that. 1.2 factories of piercing ammo, which is 1.2, 1.25s is 1.5, so 2 blue factories would be good for that. And then a single regular ammunition and 4 for grenades, half of 1 for a wall. Or 0.4 of 1 for a wall, so 0.4 1.25s is, I wouldn't risk that, I'll do that in blue. So wall in blue, ammo in blue, piercing ammo in 2 blue. You need 4 blue machines, and grenades in 4 level 3 machines. So let's say that's grenades. They need iron and coal. Ammunition needs iron. The piercing ammunition's a bit more complicated, but if we share the iron here, maybe, probably. That's going to be piercing ammunition, and next one's going to be wall, which can probably go like on an end somewhere. If we make that wall, we can feed the stone in there because it's quite a simple one. We can output that way. If we make that regular ammo, or we put them on the end here, we're all in one row. The reason I was originally intending to put each ingredient type on its own row was so it had room to expand, but as we've seen that our resource input just isn't as big as I was expecting it. It ought to have been significantly bigger than our previous base, but it isn't. It's just bigger. I things are not going to stretch out as far, so I don't think I'm now planning on this base becoming that big. It's just going to do the job, get the 2 achievements we're after, and then we'll move on to something bigger using mods or whatever. A couple of other runs to do before we do that. So I think I'm happy to just like put these all in one row and expect that we won't expand them. So let's move this one over as well. So that's going to be wall. Looks like an input there of stone brick. This is all iron coming into grenades. We're also going to have coal running up this side, I guess. And this is ammunition, which just needs iron. And this is going to be piercing ammunition, so that needs the ammunition and steel and copper, which nothing else here needs. So it's kind of worth putting that on its own row. Probably we can't have the inputs for the science pack be there as well, because they need 3 inputs. So let's say share belts, which is an option. You can send a shared belt of copper and steel up to this end. There, I think that's an okay idea. Need to create the share over here though, so we'll probably send that underground to make space to do that, and do the same with yeah, that's fine. I need to come in over here, so I'll have them come in over here, I guess, and then become a shared belt like that. That's the iron. No. Yes, yeah, that's coal, steel, copper, iron. Coal, steel, copper, iron, that's fine. These two need to output. Taken into the piercing ammunition, which needs to output and go over to where we're doing the actual science packs themselves, which is 4 machines. So these also need to like output. Let's go under there, I guess, and then let's actually, yeah, that's, we use long-handed for the grenades. What are the inputs here? It's twice as much wall as the others, so the grenades should share with the piercing. It is a bit of a squeeze here, which I'm not particularly happy about, so I think I want to spread these out differently. And like use another row over here to tidy this up a bit. This isn't very tidy. Fine for that to be like that, I guess. It's mostly this input of steel and copper for the piercing ammunition. Let's move that. It's okay, these will output on this side and then come round. To a machine that's down here or up here. Oh, up here means less ammunition on the belt, more raw material belts. They'll be longer, which I prefer. Let's do that. So that's the piercing ammunition. We need 2 inputs for that. So the light's in a bad spot for that. I was kind of happy to do it like that. So let's move it down 1 and do that. Why not? That. Alternatively, we can improve that again if we... Maybe. Ice skating. Ooh. Sounds like fun. Hope you had a good time. That, which one's the iron? That one's the iron. We can go over like that. Insert there. There we go. Good. They still need to output and go into there. This can go under there. Yeah, that's okay. Ammunition's going to come out of there. And grenades are here currently. Which I don't mind having a long grenade belt because we want grenades generally. Why don't we change that so it doesn't kink out? And we'll run the grenades up this way. Add the ammunition to the grenade belt, so they're going to insert on the far side of that belt, the side we don't want them on. So we want to get them onto the other side at the top here, I guess. If we do... No, nothing's going to do that. What if we... Well, we'll just have to do the obvious thing. Move them over 1 more. Force them onto that side. Then the wall can go in from the long instead, and that's good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And then output down that end to its passive provider. There we go. So the inputs we need to connect for this are coal, iron, copper, steel. Is there. It's going to be the first one. It's coal. Should go underground there though. Coal, so that's iron next. We can we copy that? There we go. Needs to come under a couple of times as well. That's the iron. Copper next, yeah. Steel for that last one, which is down here. It's going to run that way. Under there we go. Add all of these in, bring all the belts up here. They're in the right places. So there's going to be a sulfur heading under there. Then a gap, I think. Yeah, then plastic. Yeah. This one we've got the iron ore, which we're not bringing this far up. The 2 chips are going to be there, which we're going to need for things in the future. They do need to come this high up the belt. That's the spacing. If we force that in, oops, nudged. So that needs cancelling as well. Blue, so we're now just trying to connect. Next again. Okay, this line. Yeah, that's where the blue comes out. So what is? Yeah, that's the plastic. Still needs to come down. There we go. Six modules done. Probably just a few thousand more needed. Are we see if there's any belts, if we're outpacing the robots with belt production then. Yeah, we are, big time. Go give them a hand. Is it even cold enough to ice skate at the moment? I've just had a thought. It's like really warm, isn't it? Thought it was. I haven't been outside for a couple of days actually. I should probably go outside more often in general. If only to know how warm it is. Here we need to... yeah, plastic needs to go under. That's how I prefer it. Dodgy bits here and there that didn't, but obviously when I was running down, I've blueprinted in the wrong place, so. Just tidy them up while the robots do the hard work. Now they need to go under. Should be like that, I think. to follow the pattern. Yeah. Run out of belters again. We can go check the chest if we're so obviously the further north we go, the bigger the distance is from the chest, so it's going to take robots longer to do the constructing. We shouldn't really expect them to do it, but it's only happening because we're not ahead of belt production. But yeah, there's still none there. We'll grab what there is, but just have to take some time to build that out. That's fine. That's the first 3 science packs connected. The easy ones, but there we go. The next 3 are more complicated. We'll start working on them. So blue is next. So look at the what the calculator has to say about that. We want to get 1 per second. We are going to use productivity in some places. Let's have a look. Not on the science pack itself. So we're going to need 10 machines making the science pack, 15 making engines, 1 making gears, 1 making pipes, and then 2 making green chips, which presumably needs 2 making copper cable to follow the pattern. It says we need sulfur. What's... Oh, it's actually just sulfur in the recipe, isn't it? Yeah. Sulfur chips and engine units. So we only need to make the engine unit. The green chips are for the red chips, which we're already doing before the belt. So pipe can't be productivity. That's, of course, it's an end product. That makes sense. We only really need the 1 pipe, the 1 gear, the 15 engine, and the 10 actual science. So 1 pipe, 1 gear. Let's say we go there. Then 15 engines. So there's 5. There's 9. 13. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. 2 more. That's going to be making engine units. It's going to be making gear. That's going to be making pipes. There we go. Extend these out around it a bit. Just need to bring those and steel up. They can probably share a belt, I hope. Which case, iron up that side. These guys output into each other. It's not the tidiest way of doing it, I don't think. We can... other way around is... it's fine, we'll do it like that. overcomplicating it, aren't I? I think. Oh dear. That's fine. So they're going to be on a shared belt with the pipe and the gears. They're going to get inserted into these. Steel is also needed. Can we run that? Yeah, we can just run that up here because we've left a gap. Once your 15 engines and your 2 bits that feed that. Red circuits are already just going to come off the belt. Sulphur's just going to come off the belt. So we just need the 10 factories to make the actual science themselves. Which... we don't have 10 factories. Good, we'll reach that point now. Interesting. I'll come back to that thought. We need to get more. We can blueprint them in. Not here, we lose a bit of space to that, so I think we'll start up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Although I set the recipe, then copy paste, it will remember the recipe. These are going to output on this side. That loop, I guess, come up, turn around and come down. Be inserted in like that. Not ideal. They've got 3 inputs to do. Advanced circuits the fastest, so engine and sulphur should share. So let's do that. Run them this way instead. And sulphur's going to come up here. They're going to join into a shared belt. Then red circuit's going to run up this side. The research is going to output, although I'd like to make sure there's like power coverage covering, even if it doesn't require power, it's covered by power coverage for like the sake of the grid. Let's carry that on actually up to the top. Okay, so they're outputting there. And then the same as all the others, there's a passive provider there for them to go into, which is limited to 1 slot. So we need to connect the actual material inputs. We need an iron. There. So this is steel. Steel, iron, sulphur, and red chips. So where is steel? That's here. That is the first one there. Stay above ground. Good, good. That's steel done. Next is iron. it's in the correct place. There we go. Key. That way. That's the iron. The next is the sulfur, which is here next to coal. Could be the last time we need the sulfur, but I'm not sure, so I'm going to split it rather than taking the whole lot. I think we'll use it later. Another need for acid or something, perhaps. That's not got a lot to build in, so I'm not going to place too much unnecessary belt in. Just some. And then the last one is the red, which is there. We go under there. Ooh, is that a power cut? I believe that is a power cut. Yep. Okay, good. We've reached that point where we are not generating enough power for the base. We will need to go and expand our solar farm to be able to provide more, but let's just make sure we've finished ghosting everything here. That's the red chips going in. Yeah, we need to get more assembly machine level 3s as well. Don't have enough left anymore. We haven't set up production of them at all. They're pretty complicated. Some other bits. I don't think we've got enough materials to do it, so we just have to create some by hand. And we're not producing the speed modules anymore that are required for them because we're making productivity instead, so it's a bit awkward. I'll just have to scoop up a bunch of materials and make a bunch. Queue a bunch up and it'll take a while to make them, but it's fine. Leave that going, you know, in the background, making them as we deal with other problems that are going on. So we need to expand our power production. We've got the panels and the accumulators being created, so let's just grab what we've got available to us. Go build out what we can. We'll need to go get more poles. We probably won't have enough lights, but we can make another trip for them. I don't want to cancel all this just to handcraft more lights. We'll deal with that later. There should still be a box of poles around here. There they are. Let's grab a whole lot of them. Might be able to afford the inventory space to just take them all. Let's do that. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Ooh, what's this? Module 3s, yes, I remember the leftovers. That won't help us make these. And we didn't leave any of these lying around, I don't think. No, we didn't. That's fine. It is what it is. Let's... Ooh. We had a lot of leftover black military science packs. Fine, we'll deal with them later, I guess. There's too many for me to carry up to the other box currently. Got a blueprint saved for these cells of solar production to fill in the half complete ones first. And it'll, yeah, robots should fill in those gaps. Give them a bit of time to do each cell before I run on to the next one. Yeah, I've kept the grenades on me so we can clear those forests to the north as well as we go. If we have enough, we will have enough panels and accumulators to do another row above where we are now, I'm sure. Or to start the row above where we are now, I'm sure. Necessarily finish the whole thing. To clear the forest before we can, so let's let them finish off what they're doing here, and then we'll get the grenades back out and go clear some space. Still got lights. I guess we weren't placing that many, they were already here, I think. You are going out now. Oh no, they're the poles that we're missing, okay. Interesting. Fly. There's a panel missing over there. Just that. There we go. It's missing, I didn't notice. Oh, there they go. Good. Robots know better than me. See the this each though, let's fill them in. Go, and then, yeah, grenade time. To see some of these at night. Okay, then we can check the full map to see green dots that might be trees I've missed. They're far enough to do the next row of solar panels for now, and then clear another row if we've got enough panels and accumulators left to do another one. Start another one. It's close. It's far enough. Cross, and I'm sure we'll be ready. Yeah, that's plenty of space. Let's get started with this next row. Oh, there's some trees on the left side here. Oh, this will clear those out of the way. Okay. see the other bots slowly filling in the gaps and progressing that base while we're away. So yeah, we can move forward. Do we need a radar? No, not for a long time. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in between the two radars, so we're a long way from that. That's good. Through them, I think we might start the next row. Possibly, maybe not. 200 panels, maybe not. There's yeah, there's over 100 in a block, right? My mathsing wrong. 6 fours are 24, and there's 5 of them, so yeah, there's over 100, 120. So yeah, we won't be able to finish this row, so we won't be starting the next one for sure. It's fine, it's not a huge amount of extra power, potential power production we've added. It's interesting that during the daytime our production's more than capable. You blacked out at night. I don't think our lights consume that much electricity that they would cause the blackouts. Possible. We've got almost 4,000 lamps deployed, which is overkill, but I do like the base to be illuminated. Maybe we could remove some of the lights and save the power. I mean, the answer to not having to worry about the power in the future is to go and build a nuclear production somewhere, which is complicated. We could probably make some sulfuric acid in our chemical area, perhaps redo this train station a little so that we could then send fluid wagons with sulfuric acid out to like this uranium patch, for example, in order to mine the uranium up. Perfectly spaced for anything. And then I don't really know what you need. I'd need to look it up, and buildings we can just take over and we can do it next to the patch of uranium. It's whatever else you need to consistently feed into the uranium fuel system to keep it going, which might be like that, like iron plate might be needed. Which we would need like to mine up more ore, smelt more, and so on, because we don't have any spare at all, so it's just a bit much. There we go, looks like we've run out. Yeah, run out of panels, got more accumulators but run out of panels, that's fine. Head back to base. We could set up some coal-fired power production. We've got a lot of coal that we ought to be Liquefying all of it, liquefactoring all of it. Yeah, and yeah, we have run out of lamps, so we'll need to handcraft a large number of those as well, I guess. That's fine, no hassle. Other than forgetting to do it. Put the accumulators back in their box, and we'll do another run out to expand more of the solar in a while after more solar panels have been created. Find their box, there they are. Don't think we're away for that long, so yeah, we haven't made many panels. It's not worth another trip right now. We'll let them stock up a bit. Yeah, we've got red, green. Don't have the black science yet. Why is that? Missed something? No? Yes. That belt didn't quite go far enough forward. That goes too far, so we can use that. There it goes. Fine, just have to wait for more belt and then they'll connect that up. Could swap it to a long handled and let's start working, but that's fine. But we'll start working when it starts working, except I've also forgotten to connect this. Stone brick needs to come in here for the walls, which is one next to the steel, I think. Just ghost all this in and wait until they've got enough, but that was also missing, so there we go. That will, when both of those things start working, that will start making them. And yeah, blue production's still waiting on a lot of belt. There's even some out there they can't reach, so we do need to take some of our own belt up there to do that. We'll see if there's any spare down here at the moment, or we'll just have to do it later. There's a bit there. We'll use that. Let's take the long road so that they don't, my bots don't go and put it somewhere else. Sure, concrete. We've got 3.4 thousand concrete. We could perhaps do some concreting. There's a lot of that to be done. I would like to at least put the road in up and down the bus because we're running that quite a lot now. That bit filled in that they couldn't reach. We'll come fill some more in with whatever bits we got left. Get the robots to focus here on getting that brick connected to make the walls. In fact, if I outrun them, I can I'll tip myself, can't I? There. Good, that is all the bits for the black science connected, I think. No. Missed one right there, okay. There, one of the bots got it, perfect. Just let them recharge and come home now. Be nice to our robots. Okay, so that is now making wall, good. That is now making ammunition, good. They are making black science packs. Perfect. Still missing just a few bits of belt there. And there must be some missing here. Just make sure I've put the ghosts down to actually. Yeah, they're there. It's all good. So that's the blue science and stuff. I need to handcraft all these machines before we're going to be able to. Where did they all go? There's only one. Oh, of course there were some missing that will have just been filled in because we walked back over there. That's fine. We'll need even more and even more to do the next science packs. Got 2 more to do. 3 more to do actually. We've got the purple and the yellow, and then the white science packs are done in the rocket silo, so that's a whole thing we're going to need to set up. That's a whole thing we're going to set up. Would like to see production statistics for smelting of iron over the last hour. So we're at 332,000. We are aiming for 400,000 iron plates in an hour. So we need to increase our consumption a bit more. There we go. The consumption's been about the same for a long time actually, so we haven't really increased it much over the past hour of play. I guess that's from when we were making, we set up the blue belt production more than an hour ago. So we do need to set up more chains that use iron in order to get to that point. And then all, I guess 1,000 hour, green chips. They're 1.7 million made on this map so far. Cut this back, can't I? We haven't been playing that long. 50 hour. This will be... Sure, actually. This could be first base. Then when we started rebuilding, this was temporary stuff. Another phase of rebuilding. That's temporary module production. And then that's when we started rebuilding today, I guess. Yeah, 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago. We're now making a lot of them, which is lovely. Really good. We've made 1.7 so far this game. We are aiming for 20 million in total. Not necessarily in one game, but in my whole time of playing 20 million. So I don't know really. The bar on the achievement progress is about 10% of the way in, which is it's not right, because that would suggest that in my whole previous 600 hours in the game, I've only done 300,000 green circuits, which is not right. Although I don't know, I played a lot of modded in that, so I might not have that much vanilla progress on green chip production. It's possible. Yeah, that could be an issue. If that progress bar is right and we've still got a huge amount to do, then we're probably going to tear this base down again. We'll get the iron achievement quite soon, I imagine. We'll set everything up anyway, just so that it's done, so that we have created a base that makes 1 science per minute and launches rockets automatically, and so on and so on. So we can say we've done it. Then yeah, we'll probably cut everything at the bottom of here and direct it into an area that just makes some huge number of green chips for no particular reason, so that we can get the 20 million done. And then, yeah, like I said before, move on after those 2 achievements are done to the speedrunning one, the lazy one, and then perhaps, if I haven't completely exhausted myself with Factorio, do a modded base where we can more easily build bigger mods with better scaling, you know, like easier progression maybe, don't know. Further progression's always fun, but we'll see. There's lots of options out there. Okay. At the moment we're kind of like, we're waiting for modules, we're waiting for belt, we're waiting to craft these machines before we can do the next stuff. And we're waiting for solar panels to make more solar, so I don't think there's anything we can really be doing like right now. I can grab that belt. I think we need, like I said and forgot last time, I need to leave the base running for a few hours in order to have things to do on stream, because I mean we can blueprint in the next things, I guess. In fact, what I will do is start blowing these trees out of the way. But in terms of actually building them, it's just going to take time of crafting, and it's I'm not inclined to stream me stood still doing nothing for hours on end, so we may just leave things running so that we can catch up. I might leave it running for a few hours tomorrow to the content can get ahead of the factory. Said it might be a good idea to wrap up a bit early tonight. I was thinking it anyway, because there's not a lot going on in the game, which is I don't know. It pulls on the motivation to stream it if it's I know Factorio's kind of like that sometimes. There are slow patches. It would be nice if I were some kind of expert speedrunner who could constantly have something going on at high speed in the game, but it will never be like that for me. I don't want to play the game like that, so I have patches where, due to my inefficiencies, the base is not providing us the materials we need quick enough for, like now, you know. Just part of it. Don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I'm just being too casual. It's probably cleared enough out to extend northwards. Queue up a bunch of lamps to come after we've made those assembly machines. A few hundred would be good. There we go. Yeah, but if I'm leaving things running, we can leave that running and stuff. Handcraft all that. Let's take a look at this. Got lots of concrete there. Let's do that. Really want this road to be in, so let's do that first, and then see how much we got left. You do go through concrete very quickly when you lay it out like this. 3,500 might seem like a lot, but I don't think it'll last that long. Should get us to the end of the bus. Go. We've connected there. Don't think there's any roads to the west that need putting in as a priority. We're really extending that one out. There's no other roads planned for that area at the moment with how it is currently laid out. So I'm going to take this into a solar farm instead. We'll do this bit down here. That road as well. So not particularly urgent, I guess. till we've got the lab up and running. We know what we're doing there. Build that in. Take this to the east. Fill in a row or something. Good. It's got loads left actually, more than I thought we'd have at this point. That's good. Put in a few more blocks in the farm. There we go, we've run out. Still pretty good. It's filling a lot. It's being produced pretty quickly, the reinforced concrete, which is nice. It's all, actually all we're making has been made reasonably quickly. It is a lot faster and more developed than the base was before we tore it down. It is. It might not seem it because our science target is the same, like 1 per second, but in reality, the old base was using tier 1 assembly machines, so even if we'd built the 1 science per second ratios, we still would only be doing half a science per second because of that. Which, so yeah, it is perhaps more significant than I thought, despite like all of these production cells being really small. And that's related to them getting moduled out later, I suppose. Still, we have made some huge progress today. Everything north of this line is new from today, so all of this here in the middle, which is great to get all that placed out, set up, connected, hooked up to the supply lines here, which is looking great. Very Factorio-like. And expanding the solar a little bit and tidying a few things up all over the place. It's been great progress over the last 7 and a bit hours. But I do just feel like now's a good natural time to stop the stream and leave the game to run, like I say, tomorrow for a few hours perhaps to catch up. Let me make a note of that because I did forget last time. And I don't want to forget a second time in a row. So yeah, well, let's put a save in. I'll come back to it tomorrow to just run it while I'm doing other things for a while, and then we'll wrap up for the evening. Thank you very much for joining me. Oh, hi, Alizara. Nice you were lurking there. Thank you for stopping by. Very welcome for the stream, of course, as always. I'm having a fun time playing, although Factorio is one of those games where I can easily kind of drift off and fall asleep because I know what I'm doing. Perhaps not explaining everything particularly well, but it is a complicated game. I wouldn't worry if you don't understand what's going on. You do need it kind of explained to you to grasp it all. But really appreciate you guys coming and supporting again. Very lovely that you're spending your time here. Really do appreciate it. We're gradually growing as a channel. Still following. I've said before, it's slower than I was expecting, but still showing a healthy, steady growth over time. So, you know, I'm feeling really good about things, even if I'm not where I wanted to be. I'm still really not complaining about how things are going here. I really do appreciate everything everyone's done so far. Yeah, slow and steady is good. It's still good to do. So I'm feeling really positive. Factorio will be back next. Check my notes. Factorio's on Thursdays, so we'll be back this coming Thursday at 2 p.m. GMT to continue our little peaceful base, chilling and building. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I take Mondays off in general. I know tomorrow's bank holiday, so I'm tempted to do something because bank holidays have typically had good viewership, but I don't actually feel like it. So don't be surprised if you do see me on tomorrow evening, but I'm not planning on it at the moment. I would like a day off on a Monday. So I will be back on Tuesday. Tuesday will be City Skylines again. So we're going to have quite a steady week next week, I hope. Tuesday, City Skylines. Wednesday, Anno. Thursday, Factorio. And then those same 3 games the next 3 days. So I'm looking forward to a nice, big, steady week coming up. Yeah, that's true. You can... I don't want to attract people in specifically to get affiliate. Because I think it's quite an unhealthy target to set yourself. Gaining affiliate doesn't give you anything. Like, it gives you a sub button, but it doesn't give you subs. So you don't gain anything by being an affiliate. You gain by growing. So we're close to affiliate. Probably a few more weeks, but I'm not necessarily going to enable it as soon as I get eligible for it. I want to spend more time growing and being comfortable with my size. I want to do some branding, contact some artists, some brand stuff, and then when I'm ready, like, go for it. Which I think everyone can understand that for sure. There's no rush to get the eligibility. There is perhaps a rush to get the money, but that's a different matter that I'm not currently stressed about. V, what do you said there? Doing really well regardless of the numbers. Oh, thank you. That's it's really kind of you to say. I really do appreciate that. That you can see the value in what I'm trying to do here. I think, yeah, there are plenty of people who stop in and it won't be the right content for, people who want energy and hype and things like that. I like to chill when I game. I would like to play some other games at some point. So we're doing 3 games that are all about building things. I love building things. That's why I've started here. But I would like to do, show people that it's possible to play games with guns and explosions in a chill way as well. Like, that's how I play all games. So it'd be interesting to do that at some point in the future. When we finished some of the natural length of what we're up to at the moment. But we'll see. I'm never going to be someone who's like professionally clicking heads. Like I'm not good enough, really. Don't have the eyesight or the manual dexterity. So there'll be a lot of building stuff on the channel for a long time. You appreciate how you can just listen and chill. That's what I'm aiming for. That's what I'm inspired by in other creators. So I'm having a great time. I'm confident in what I'm doing. I'm enjoying it, and everything looks good. Not like amazing, but good. So we're going to keep going. We're going to keep doing these 8-hour streams of chilling and building stuff all through the week, and I hope people can join us. More people can join us would be lovely, of course. If there's anyone out there catching this on the videos later, do stop by to the channel. Give a follow on Twitch, and you'll be able to see when we're coming up live and stuff. So it would be great. You saw Chill Streamer playing Fortnite. Yeah, you can, absolutely. It can still be fun, even if they're not even trying to win or whatever. They're just having a chill time, whatever the game is. So yeah, all sorts I hope to come up that we'll try out. We got anyone we can raid into this late at night? Maybe. yeah, absolutely. We'll try that at some time. Who's online and good? I don't really know. Let's try someone. Commander is live. You know Commander, don't you, V? Play to something. Party games to celebrate 500 followers. Well, that's a lovely thing. Why don't I head over there and hang out with them for a while? If I can spell their name right. I think that's the right one. Logo matches, that'll be right. Okay. One last thank you very much everybody for joining, for watching, and yeah, we'll see you again soon for more streams. I'm looking forward to it.